Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our council meeting of Wednesday, September 21st, 2022. And we are in a hybrid model of our council meeting, and we have all members here, with the exception of Councillor Little, who is by Zoom. And welcome, Kathy. And welcome to our staff, welcome to our viewing public, and hope you enjoy your day of watching our council meeting. All right, so we do have an agenda that was published on our website. I do want to say that a moment of reflection of the past week as we all witnessed the celebration of life for our Queen Elizabeth II, who was 70 years in reign, and she was 96 years old. And what a model to follow as a woman of great distinction and very to the fact as she was committed to her job. I think almost from the day she was born. I was listening to some tracks there when she was 14. She was given an address with regards to families and with regards to the Second World War. I think it was 1940, and so she was sort of cut out for public life, and she did an amazing job. I think we would all agree. I think those that watched the funeral the other day I was quite amazed at the planning and everything that went into that, and I'm sure we followed parts of it as we could through our working day, but certainly there will be a lot to be recorded. And I know there were some recordings that from 1952 and even when her father had passed away. So I think it's in order. I think we take a moment of silence and recognition to Queen Elizabeth II. Thank you. All right. So we do, like I said, we do have an agenda that was published on our website. Do we have any additions or deletions to our agenda? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. No additions or deletions. I would like to make an amendment, though. I'd like to move closed session up to be discussed after item 6. Or item 6.1 rather than at the position where it is. The reason for that being I'm on the I'm on the CAO Performance Review Committee, and I do have a cutoff for 4 p.m. where I have to drive someone down to the city for a medical appointment.
Okay. So you're making that request, so you're moving that amendment. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Delegates. Any discussion on that change? We've done that before to try to accommodate our closed session. Something new. It's just changing the array of things on the agenda. So if there's no other comments there, all in favor of that amendment? That's carried unanimous. So what we'll probably do then is we'll do, like I said, we'll do the delegation, and then we'll work that into taking a break and also come back at that time. Just for the viewing public, that again, just for the viewing public, we will move in closed session after the section 6 of the delegations. Seeing it, is there any other amendments to the agenda? If not, can I have a mover and a seconder for the amendment? That's Deputy Mayor and Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion there? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimous. All right, so moving on, since we have an approved agenda, we then have a process where we allow open forum with regards to any item on our agenda that's been amended or published. So I guess to Deputy Clerk, do we have anybody wishing to speak in the open forum?
Yes, we have one open forum person wishing to speak on item 13.2. I will move Joyce over to speak now.
Just for that, that's with regards to closed session. 13.2 is section 13 is in our agenda's closed session. Okay, thank you. Ms. Hall, so whenever you 3 minutes to speak in open forum.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing my presentation. I'm here to address item 13.2, which looks like a closed session discussion of a land sale in Markdale and to argue in favor of retaining public ownership. Once property is sold, it can never be recovered. The only control the municipality would have is through zoning, and once zoned, that tool is exhausted. Instead of selling, a social enterprise model should be investigated. A social enterprise is a business owned and or operated by a nonprofit for the purpose of generating revenue while achieving social, cultural, or environmental aims. Municipal governments are learning how they can leverage municipal and community assets through social enterprise development. Right now, Grey Highlands is in an excellent position to employ such a model. You've been invited to join the South Grey Affordable Housing Strategy, the core of which would be to create an attainable housing development and mortgage corporation, opening the doors to new opportunities for land use for public good. And Grey Highlands is in touch with and has in fact just contributed $5,000 to the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay, which specializes in innovative development strategies. So the opportunities are really open. Also, there are citizens living here in Grey Highlands who have a high degree of a level of expertise in social enterprise. As we are learning in this era of wild inflation of land prices, land is our most precious asset. At the second Collingwood World Cup Summit on Towns, Anne-Marie Shaw, Director of Housing for Grey County, spoke in favor of land banks to remove land out of speculative markets. If we don't hang on to the public land we have, she said, it won't be there in 10 years. Who can contest that statement? Unfortunately, the ad hoc committee on the Markdale development did not include social innovation expertise. Grey Highlands has a great opportunity to innovate here, and this should include building connection, solidarity, and shared goals in our community, not selling this chunk of what is probably the most prime piece of real estate in the municipality. I encourage council to leave any decision to sell this public land to the new council, which will form in a month. Thanks very much for hearing my points.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Hall, for speaking today. All right. Well, then moving back into our agenda then, I'll go into the Deputy Clerk. Are there any others wish to speak? I just want to make sure.
No one else registered for open forum today.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have the approved agenda. Are there any declaration of pecuniary interest with council members today with the approved agenda? Okay, and at this time.
Your worship?
Yes, sorry, Councilor Little, I didn't put my head up. Go ahead.
I have a declaration of interest on the first item under closed session.
Okay. All right, then I'll recognize your pecuniary interest at that time then. Thank you. I'll make one more call. Are there any other declaration of pecuniary interest? Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we have the minutes of September 7th, 2022. Do we have a mover and a seconder? Councilor Valaket, Councilor Allen. I catch it now, not on the screen, so I'm good. Any errors or omissions on that those minutes? Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimous. Oh, sorry, I got Kathy too. Carried unanimously. All right, so delegations in. We just have one delegation today, and that's with regards to the food cycle science. And this is Jacob Hanlon. And I think maybe this is the fellow some of us spoke to maybe down at the annual conference. And so I'll welcome you, and you have 10 minutes to speak as your delegation, as you probably were informed. And whenever you are ready, the floor will be yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me in for the delegation today. I'm just going to share my screen here with you. And the connection was a little slow there when you were just speaking, but I believe you had mentioned the AMO conference. So it was great speaking with Mayor McQueen there, as well as some of the other councilors. So can you confirm that you can see my screen here, please?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'll just start off by saying I'm Jacob Hanlon, and I'm here on behalf of Food Cycle Sciences Municipal Solutions team. And I'm here to discuss a residential solution to food waste. We're pretty excited to be here after speaking with some of you at the AMO conference. So I'll get started here with Just a little bit about who we are. So Food Cycle Science is a Canadian clean technology company. We're based out of Ottawa here in Ontario, and we're 100% focused on food waste diversion solutions using our innovative technology called the Food Cycler. Our in-home food recycler is sold directly to consumers through partners like Vitamix and Breville. And our municipal solutions team has a very successful residential program which helps divert more food waste and reduce greenhouse gas emissions associated with waste in municipalities. So I'll also mention that Food Cycle Science is a finalist in Impact Canada's Food Waste Reduction Challenge, and we've been awarded funding to go towards our municipal programs. So we work with many small, rural, remote, and northern communities. As of today, there are 42 municipalities across Canada who've signed on to a food cycle program. Some of the partnering municipalities that wouldn't be too far from you would be Killarney, Central Manitoulin, and Parry Sound. So now the problem, food waste. One of the issues with this is that it is avoidable. It accounts for a large portion of our household waste. It's smelly and it's made up of mostly liquid, which is heavy and freezes in the wintertime. And on top of that, food waste decomposing in landfills is responsible for generating harmful greenhouse gases that contribute to the impacts of climate change that we're seeing today. And all these factors make it so that food waste is a problem that does have a strong municipal impact. One of the impacts to municipalities is that since food waste makes up such a large portion of our household waste stream, it's causing our landfills to fill up quickly. Landfill costs and waste collection costs are a major cost to a municipality and ultimately to taxpayers as well. So the environmental impact is that when organic waste is decomposing in the landfills, it's very compacted and squished together, and there's no oxygen circulation through there. So it creates an anaerobic environment which causes it to produce methane gas, which is a greenhouse gas that's many times more harmful than CO2, and it's a major contributor to climate change. In our communities, putting food waste in the bin outside causes some interesting odors, which can attract unwanted visitors like bears, raccoons, and other vermin. And it's overall just quite messy. So removing food waste from the garbage eliminates these issues, and it also reduces the volume of the garbage. For the town, this can save on operation and collection costs and extend the lifespan of landfills. For residents, there's less waste, there's no smell, and they can save on excess bag tags and drop-off fees. So we often get asked, haven't we solved this already? There are options available, like green bins, which millions of Canadians are accustomed to. But this type of service is popular in large cities with high population density, and it also takes on an investment in expensive infrastructure. So many people in your community might backyard compost, which we love and we think it's fantastic. But the reality is that many people may not have the space, the ability, or the desire to do this at home, and participation rates have been stagnant for decades. And finally, we can continue to landfill our organics, but the long-term impacts here are costly and harmful to the environment. At Food Cycler, we've proposed a different way to deal with food waste, which really focuses on making food waste very easy to deal with and right in our homes. Essentially, we built a small kitchen appliance about the size of a bread machine where you put in your food waste, and this can include meat, poultry, fish, dairy, and even some bones. You push a button, and in a matter of hours, you have a dry, sterile, odorless, and nutrient-rich soil amendment that comes out. The machine can be used anywhere with a plug, and most people store it in their kitchen, their basement, or even in a heated garage. The food cycle will process on average 1 kilogram of food waste per cycle, and each cycle will take between 4 and 8 hours to complete, and it uses less than 1 kilowatt of power, which is the equivalent to having a computer plugged in for about the same amount of time. The result is about a handful of dry, sterile, and odorless soil amendment that can be used in your garden, could be put into an existing composting system, can be into a local farm even, and it can also be processed with leaf and yard waste systems. From an environmental standpoint, the food cycle compares to backyard composting and the process that occurs in an anaerobic digestion facility. But compared to landfill, it represents an approximate reduction of greenhouse gas impacts by about 95%. In terms of an economic impact, our solution offers a return on investment by significantly reducing your waste management costs. In the short term, you'll have less disposal and lower operating costs. And in the long term, you'll extend the life of your landfill and you'll achieve higher diversion without implementing any costly curbside programs. With traditional waste services, we'll generate waste, put it into a bin or a bag, and it ultimately ends up buried in the landfill, either through collection services or self-haul from residents. With the food cycler, you have a resident generating their waste and processing it right at home without the need for offering new services or putting trucks on the road, and they can benefit from generating their own fertilizer to enrich their garden soil. And as well, your community can achieve higher diversion without implementing any costly programs such as the green bins. So one thing we've learned from working with our municipal partners is that residents are very interested in being part of the solution. They want to try new things, they want to do their part to fight climate change, and they want their government to bring these things into their community. With the food cycler, you get to bring something innovative and tangible to your residents, and they don't need to live in a big city to be able to divert their organics. We think that food waste should be available to every Canadian, no matter where they live. And on top of the social pressure is the impact of the regulations that are coming to us here in Ontario. So there are a number of targets for diversion that are coming into effect into the next couple of years. And it's important to have a plan in place that meets these goals and also works for your community. So with the food cycler, what we're doing is we're reducing waste at the source and focusing on that low-hanging fruit, because since food waste accounts for such a large portion of our waste stream, it's the single most impactful strategy to achieving these diversion targets. And I mentioned earlier that we're working with several municipalities across Canada. To date, we've completed pilots in over 3,000 households across 24 municipalities, and the results have been overwhelmingly positive. We have very high levels of participation, and we've achieved a significant amount of net new diversion. Almost everyone who participated would recommend the food cycler and will continue using it upon the completion of their pilot programs. And I'll give an example. In the city of Nelson, BC, their council voted to put a food cycler in every home in their city of 10,000 people following the success of their 2 pilot programs. So in our municipal programs, we work with the municipalities and offer a subsidy model where Food Cycle Science provides a discount as well as some federal funding from Impact Canada. And this brings the price of a unit down from the $500 retail price to $250. And we then ask the municipality to subsidize the cost by at least $100 per unit plus shipping. So the resident ends up only paying $150 for a $500 machine. Some municipalities, they'll share the cost with their residents by subsidizing more than $100 per unit, but ultimately this cost sharing model allows Food Cycle Science, the federal government, the municipality, and the resident to each have a hand in funding this food waste reduction program. So for a municipality of your size, we recommend a program consisting of 100 households where the $250 per unit cost is shared between the resident and the municipality in a format similar to the one here on the screen. And for example, if 100 households participated in the program, it would be a net cost to the municipality of $10,000 plus shipping. The 42 Canadian municipalities we're working with are using this program to help meet both short and long-term targets in terms of their greenhouse gas emissions. And we believe this program can help Grey Highlands achieve the targets that would be set in your municipal and county-wide climate action plans. So I'd like to welcome the municipality of Grey Highlands to be a part of this initiative, as we believe that your community would be a great fit for the benefits of the program. And today I kindly ask that you receive our presentation, and if there is interest in a program, to refer this to staff for a report and recommendation. So I'd like to thank you for allowing me to present to you today, and I'm prepared to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Well, thanks, Jacob, and thanks for presenting today. I know you were present at AMO, and I just wanted to touch base. You mentioned something at that conference about, and you have it in your report, about taking so many cars it takes off the road, and it says 1 ton per car. But I think you said on the average it could be 3 cars. Is that right, per household? I don't.
Yes. So having a food cycle in our household, through the data that we've received and the tests that we've done, it's about the equivalent of taking anywhere between 1 and 3 cars off the road per year, depending on the usage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you had in there 1 ton equals a car, 1 ton of compost. I think you had in there. So I have some questions here. So Councillor Bellacette, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm exceptionally interested in this product. I think it's one of the benefits of this versus backyard compost, which clearly is the gold standard, I would say, right? Our preference, but you're exactly right. Those numbers are stagnant of people who are picking it up. And you can't put bones and fish and dairy and meat in all of it. So I find this very, very intriguing. But I was wondering if you could tell me about the end of life of the product itself. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for your question. So in terms of end of life, the whole product can be sent to an e-waste facility. All the plastic on it is recyclable, and then just the different metals and minerals in there, those are valuable to be recycled the same as you would with other electronics. So in terms of end of life, there is no garbage produced from the product. Everything is recyclable. And I'll just quickly add, with our new unit that's coming out in probably January of 2023, we would say it's actually a modular unit where if there were any issues with a certain part of the unit, that part can actually be swapped out and recycled. So in terms of instead of having to do a full-on replacement.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Just a quick question for you. The pilot timeline you have here as part of your presentation, I take it just for confirmation that your company yourself would do the exit survey, track the results, and then would you bring back a report to council to show the success of the program?
Thanks for the question. Yes, absolutely. So one of the things that we like to do is make this as little work on the municipality as possible, even in terms of advertising to residents. If that was the route a municipality wanted to go, we take care of all the tracking, all the surveys, and we work to create proposals, reports, presentations with results to really just make this no burden at all to the municipality.
Okay, I'll go back to Councillor Bellacette.
Thank you, through the chair. So I would like to move to receive the report.
Excuse me. Sorry, I did have a question, Your Worship.
Sure.
We'll come back to Councillor. Okay, Councillor Little, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I guess I could have waited for something to be moved, but I was wondering more about the pilot project. And so the subsidies, you've explained the subsidies that are in place to offset the cost of this item for the resident. But I'm wondering, at the end of the pilot project, do those subsidies still exist, or is it the cost of the almost $500 to be borne by the resident and the municipality, or are there still subsidies after the pilot project? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, so in terms of our municipal programs, we offer these discounts regardless of the pilot size or stage. So an example is we've had municipalities where they'll do an initial small pilot just to kind of test the program, and then after getting the survey results and seeing the success of the program, they've decided to do a second pilot with greater numbers. We keep those same prices. And then as well, if there's a full rollout, as we've had in some municipalities where they use this program as an organic waste program, we still hold true to those rates. And basically, the bigger the rollout or the bigger the program, there are different things we can add in, such as extended warranties, different kind of add-ons or things like that we can include. So we stay true to the pricing and are able to also add on additional details as well.
Okay, Councillor Little, do you have anything to follow up to that, or?
No, thank you. That's encouraging.
Okay, just before we'll take motion, I have a couple other questions. One, the life expectancy of the unit, warranty?
Yep, so the life expectancy of our current unit, which is the FC30, it is 5 to 7 years, and that is pretty in line with kind of a typical waste contract where maybe a 5+1+1. So that kind of lines up with that. And then our new unit that will be coming out in January, we believe it'll be a 7 to 10 year life expectancy. And then in terms of warranties, Typically for the pilot programs, we stick with the 1-year warranty on the product, but this is all up for discussion, and kind of each pilot program and each rollout is unique to the municipality. And these are details that we like to talk about with the council and the municipalities.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like a hammer drill going on in the background. Okay, and my last question, and I'll go to Councilor Belicat, is would you, or are you able to provide a unit for the staff here at the kitchen to try it out?
Yes, absolutely. I can work with one of your staff members and get one shipped out to you, no problem.
Because they'll be the believers in it. If they like it, they'll tell us, right? So it's about exposure, right? Okay, thank you, Councilor Belicat.
Thank you, Chair. Great idea. Yeah, so I'd like to move that we receive this report, and that that staff bring back a report as part of the 23 budget process on a pilot with food cycle.
Right, do I have a seconder for that? Councilor Allen? And that guy drilling a hole up there is. Any discussion on that motion? Just speak a little louder. It's maybe I'll go back and knock the wall. Any discussion on that part? Okay, seeing none. All in favor? Okay, that's carried unanimous. Thank you again, Jacob. And I do have a couple of stuff I picked up at if anybody wants to take a look at it. One is a municipal pilot program residential guide, and then you're a little bit of a flyer, so I can leave that here for others to look at if you wish. And again, thank you for your presentation, and thanks for following up.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Have a great day.
You too. All right. It sounds like, is there any way we can let them know that we're having a council meeting here? Because sometimes they got noisy before and we've.
Thank you. So the CAO's office is calling upstairs to let them know we're in a council meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, generally we don't have moving day if they have a council meeting, right? So inadvertently, they don't probably understand that because. All right, so that's all the delegations in. So as was amended to our agenda, we are moving our closed session portion of our agenda up, and there's a number of points there. So what we'll do is we'll move to go in closed session. We'll probably take a bit of a break, a 10-minute break, just so we can get sort of in line to do that. Chris, I don't know, we might be a half an hour, I don't know which, but we're going to move around and you can stay. Okay, so the viewing public, we may. Right. And I better not say time, because it always comes back and bites me anyway. So I do need a mover to go in close, Councilor Belicat and Councilor Allwood. That council proceed in a closed session at, so I'm going to say 1:40. Does that sound all right? Yeah. To discuss matters relating to the following: assessment appeal update, verbal 239 2E litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipal or local board. And number 2, downtown Markdale redevelopment, section 239 2C, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. And number 3, CAO performance review and updates, 239 2B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And that CAO Govan and Clerk Martell remain in attendance, and that Treasurer McCarthy, Director Harris, and Manager Yep will be in attendance as required. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that's carried unanimously. So just again, for the viewing public, we'll be taking, be moving into closed session. We're taking a break, then moving in at 20 to 2, and we'll probably maybe 30 minutes, 35 minutes, hopefully we'll be back. So anyway, stay, the screen will go blank, right? It'll say whatever we are on the screen. So, okay, thank you.
We're just waiting on the mayor, Councillor Little, and then we'll get started.
So, Madam Deputy Clerk, are we still on recess or not recess, but are we back live in the sense? Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, so we'll call this meeting back to order. Our apologies to the public. It is not coming back in 35 minutes, but that's what's happened sometimes when you get talking about things in camera, I guess. But all right, so we're moving on to our agenda then, moving on to the next section of our agenda, is section 7. And to start off with, we have item 7.1 with regards to some changes in allocation, reallocation of funds toward our budget report. So Councillor Elwood, are you moving that? Oh, yes. Well, that's a little bit unnormal when we yes. Okay. So sorry for that, Madam Clerk. We reconvene in open session at 3 o'clock, and that the closed meeting was held, and only the closed session items identified were discussed in closed session, and the council directed staff to determine the value of the land subject to downtown Markdale RFEI by obtaining an appraisal and approval of the CO performance appraisal and recommendations. Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Do I have a mover and a seconder for those items? Councillor Allen, Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion to that motion's on the floor? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. We were just in a little bit of a different cycle here today. All right, now I can go back to item 7. Item on the agenda. So Councillor, oh, go ahead. I recognize you.
Thank you, Worship. I'll be moving the motion as written.
Okay, so I have a seconder. Councillor Allen. That moved by Councillor Elwood, second by Councillor Allen, that council receives report FIN 2219 for information, and that council approves the reallocation of funds as detained in the report. Any questions or comments to that reallocation? I don't know if Anna has anything to add to that. Is there any questions? Councillor Elwood, you met with the director of the treasury. Do you have any comments to make?
Thank you, Worship. I believe the report is self-explanatory. There's no financial impact other than the reallocation of funds internally between reserve and reserve funds.
Okay, it's just sort of moving money around and putting more money into or leaving the money that's in the gas fund and the OCIF fund, right? No comments, questions? All in favor of the motion? Carried. Councillor Nielsen, you had a little look on your face. I think you were on to talk there, did you not?
I was trying to decide, Mayor McQueen, if I wanted to make a comment or not. I guess my only comment was that during the 2022 budget deliberations, it was mentioned that the asset management plan reserve was not high enough to be starting to utilize. And then I see Treasury is the one suggesting that we utilize the asset management plan. I was debating whether to make the comment that was, to me, surprising to see that that's the direction they were choosing to go.
I wasn't expecting you to make that comment. I was expecting somebody else maybe to make that comment.
I just, yeah, I thought of it and then I figured that.
Sitting here trying to decide whether it's worth bringing up or not.
Half a dozen others sometimes maybe. All right, so moving on then, 7.2 intersection safety review, 63 and 10th concession, 8th and concession B. There's a report there. They're seeking some direction. Discussion, thoughts on the report, fairly in-depth report, right back to pictures and all that great stuff that we probably have seen before. As noted, it did say in there that, they recommend larger stop signs, and it did not discourage the part of flashing beacon on stop signs. So Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Thank you to staff and Burnside for getting this completed. This was partially started with my notice of motions trying to get always stops at the two intersections in question. And I do see that the engineer does suggest that or does not recommend always stop control at either intersection. I do want to make a comment in that the report does show that the first causative effect under the intersections of Road 63 and 10th concession in the report, this would be page 5 of 89 of the report, under both 8th concession B and 10th concession does say high speeds on Road 63. And that while there is some signage change and sight lines changed, there isn't actually anything to, I guess, help control rate of speed on 63 by not putting a stop sign there. I am, how to word it. I'm understanding the engineer's report. I understand the comments being made by the engineer. I do question whether or not it will be as successful as I was intending and hoping with the four-way stop. I will also mention that in the report, it does show that the median average speed on Side Road 63 through the 10th concession intersection is 102.9 kilometers per hour. So well above the 80 kilometers posted speed limit. The notice of motion that I made at the last council meeting was to try to have a higher fines associated to try to deter people from excessive speeding, but that the only change in effect to Side Road 63 is essentially signage saying that there's an intersection coming up. All the rest of the recommendations from the engineer have to do with signage on 10 or 8th concession B. So ultimately, understand and respect the engineer's opinions and the report itself, just a little disappointed.
Okay, thank you. On that one chart on page 5, it does show between 10th and 31 of average day counts of 856 cars, which seems like a lot of cars that are going through there. I just don't understand why it from 63 to 31 on the 10th concession, it's only 54 cars. That doesn't make sense. There's a lot of traffic goes through there, people coming and going, especially from Feversham or going to Ice River Springs to work. It just seems, and then to consider even 12 cars a day on 63 on the 8th, from 63 to 31 on the 8th concession, just 12 cars seems like doesn't make sense to say 12 cars on that road coming out there. But and I think if you look at the accident report of last year, that I guess some of that came up through the fire chief and the fire department, and their reports basically said that the person on page 12 did not stop on the 10th line. It says due to the nature of the fire report, there is no details about the casual factors of the collision. However, based on the diagram provided in the report, it is our assumption that the vehicle traveling on the 10th concession failed to come to a complete stop or failed to yield to the vehicle traveling on 63. And that's where the latest collision was last fall, which I think we all received an email on just more recently, right? So. Councilor Valiquette, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So what I would like to do is receive the report, and that council, the staff the direction, pardon me, that we provide to staff is that they implement all of the recommendations on page 25 of 89. There is a summary of recommended countermeasures. And I am suggesting that we have staff implement all of the recommended and bring back a report on the considered.
So any of these could be connected to budgetary.
Correct, yes,
Okay, so you're moving the table 1. Is that what you're moving?
yes, table 1, summary of recommended countermeasures.
So they're marked high. Okay, I'll get a seconder first and then we'll have discussion. Councillor Elwood, are you seconding that?
I actually want to make a comment before we move too much further, Your Worship.
Okay, so I'm looking for,
The flashing signs, consider in the future, flashing lights on the stop signs on Concession 8 and 10. I mean, I'm just wondering if council has an appetite to move forward on that as a recommendation at this time.
that can be an amendment that could come out of the motion that could go on the floor if there's a mover, or depending if I get a seconder.
If we, point of order, could I add that we don't have a seconder at this point, right? So,
That's where I'm,
right, so I would, I don't want to say amend, because I would add to my motion that we consider the flashing beacons.
so, okay, so I just want to capture this motion. So Councillor Valiquette, you're supporting the recommendations on page 25 or
25 and 26, the table
Right.
goes
And then-
across both.
And you're further adding that staff move forward with the flashing beacons on the stop signs that we.
I think what my recommendation, sir, is that staff move forward with everything that is recommended and considered. And that staff, and that we get a report back for the 23 budget on what is labeled within that table as consider in future.
Okay, do I have a seconder to that motion?
I'll second that, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Little. So we'll just get it, come back here from the clerk so we capture what. So just for clarity and sort of 2023 budget would sort of show what each of those items would cost. Is that what you're saying in the report?
So actually, sir, what I'm trying to do is get everything that is under the recommendation column, everything that is listed as recommended with a cost that is listed as low or medium. I'm kind of hoping we could absorb that in 22, and that a report come back on the consideration of flashing beacons.
Which is a consideration in the future.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm also sort of in the back of my mind, keeping in consideration the notice of motion I have that is related to enforcement. And that is why I'm not including it here.
Okay, I've got the clerk, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Ray.
Thank you. I just need to obtain a little bit of clarity because you changed things a couple times. So in that table that you're referencing, there are recommended, there are considered, and there are consider in the future.
Thank you for that question. So what I am suggesting is that we implement everything in 22 that is listed as recommended or consider, and that we consider in the future and the 23 budget. Does that make sense? And I'm completely eliminating enforcement, just to keep you on your feet.
Yes, so that does make more sense.
Excellent.
So you did say that there were some related that are low or medium, and you're not looking at high, and one of the consider is in high, and so that would be in an implement now.
Yeah, that would be.
There's my confusion.
Yeah.
Apologies. So you're absolutely correct. And I believe that the only thing that falls under that would be the road profile improvement. Is that would be a high cost? And you are correct. I do not want that as part of the 22.
So are you looking at medium and low and medium and not the high ones? Is that what you're trying to incorporate in your?
Yeah. What I'm trying to do is that there are things that are listed as low and medium cost, and those seem like they are low hanging fruit. And so what I'm trying to do is get those into the 22. I'm hoping that they could be absorbed somehow, considering they are most low cost. Some of them are medium.
Okay, Councillor Little, do you understand that motion then?
Yes, Your Worship. I had the same question about the road profile improvement, which was considered, but also at a high cost. And I think Councillor Valaket has provided clarity on that. So yes, I'm still seconding this motion. Thank you.
So I'm going to get you, Madam Clerk, to repeat the motion just to make sure everybody's clear before I move forward here. Questions?
Okay, and just so the road profile improvement, do you want that included in the report for the 2023 as well?
Yes, that is correct. So I believe that means that the only two items in the 23 budget would be the flashing beacons and the profile. Correct? And that we would put posted signs, we would do the oversized hidden intersection oversized. You got it?
As long as you stop.
Okay.
So maybe there needs to be reference to the chart. Is that?
There is reference to the chart in
Yeah.
my resolution.
So I see 17 on the report, but it is 25 or 26 of the pages. So there's two different numbers here. So just for clarity of,
It does reference 25 and 26 of 89, so it's clear which one I'm talking about.
yeah. Okay, and with regards to the chart laid out and.
Okay, so the wording that I have is the council receives staff report TPS 22.27 for information, and that council directs staff to implement all of the recommended and considered recommendations listed on pages 25 and 26 of 89, with the exception of the road profile improvement, and that council directs staff to bring back a report for the 2023 budget on the potential flashing beacons and road profile improvement implementation.
Perfection.
Councillor Little, any questions to that? Is you the seconder to that?
No, Your Worship.
Okay, all right. Open the floor. Councillor Alwitt.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to council and staff. I mean, Councillor Valaket has moved more than I was. I was looking at the recommended items and adding those flashing beacons. It seemed in the report that, you know, the rolling through the stop sign onto Road 63, where you know, we've got a nice paved road and people are moving along at 100 and something kilometers on average, or is the issue. And you know, I think to the stop signs on 40 at 13 and 2 and out in that neck of the woods and how they light up and catch your attention. I just think, even though it's listed as a medium cost, I seem to remember some discussion we had that the cost of the solar powered flashing lights weren't that formidable. You know, I think that they would go a long way to solving the issues that we've had here. And I prefer not to wait until a new council is considering a budget in 2023 for that one item. You know, enforcement and speed display signs on 63. I would hope that you know, there's some level of enforcement there, but I think those flashing signs on the stop signs on 8 and 10 would go further to making those intersections safer.
So are you looking at an amendment to the motion then, Councillor Alwood?
I'd be prepared to add to that and as an amendment. I'm not sure. Yep.
Okay.
To amend that.
So that you're making an amendment that they include the installation of four stop sign flashing lights on both stop signs on 8th and 10th. Is that what your amendment is?
Yeah, I'm just
Going back to page 25 again. Madam Clerk, are you capturing? I'm trying to.
Yeah, so it'd be that the main motion be amended by removing the third paragraph and by adding the considered in future after the word considered.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Point of clarity? I'm
Yeah,
presuming that's a point of clarity, right? You're asking.
I have a question, actually. And so humor me for 1 second. I guess what I would like to hear is from our treasurer about the, so I've sort of put this into the 2022 bucket without knowing what kind of money is there. So
Seems like in my mind, yeah, there's a lot of things.
right. So if we're adding to this, and as I recall, they're about 10K each, the beacons.
It was 10K altogether, I think, as the report, was it not? I thought it was altogether, it was 10,000. Well, I'll see if there's a seconder for here, and then I'll bring up Director Cornfield. That report was back in April, I think it was. So is there a seconder for the flashing beacon lights? Councilor Valaketa, are you seconding that? Yeah. Okay, so Director Cornfield, are you available to make some comments here? I sort of wonder if this is something that should go to the committee of the whole and actually have the author of the report to give us more details. I'm sort of thinking that in the back of my mind, in the sense that there's an 80-some page report in here that's got a lot of information. Just before let's use this, I was going to go to Director Cornfield. Sure. Okay, I'll come back to you. Director Cornfield, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council.
I presume you've heard some of the questions. So some of the questions is the cost of some of those things, and there's an amendment on the floor to consider this year in the sense of the flashing light. Can you just give us a clarity on the sense of the 4 stop signs with flashing lights of that cost? Was it not 10,000 for 4, if you recall?
I'm just tracking that here now. There was 3 quotes, I believe, and they were between $64,000 and $10,000.
Right.
And I'm just going to confirm whether that was for 4 or if that was per intersection.
I know the county did it for the one they did in the 31 was $1,620. As I ever.
So it appears that it would be approximately $10,000 for both intersections for the flashing beacons.
And that's 4, right? Just for clarity, that's 4 stop signs, 4 flashing lights.
Correct.
Okay. Is that okay? Thank you for that. The other question is just in cost of the other ones, vegetation maintenance. Now it talked about sight lining. Is that enabling us to do it on our roadway, or is that site triangling where we're going to have to purchase land on those angle pieces?
To you, Your Worship, I believe the recommendation from the consultant was to maintain the existing vegetation control. There was not a recommendation to acquire lands to extend the traffic triangle. It has been daylighted within the municipal right of way, and I think their comments was to ensure that overgrowth does not reoccur.
Okay,
that's my interpretation of the report anyways.
Yeah, it just showed some triangle spots on there, but okay, thank you for that clarity. And the other one is the costing of the other items that are on that list. I think we're just sort of seek that out to go back to the treasurer. So enforcement, speed sign display. Now, is that speed sign display? Is that the ones with the flashing lights that we've seen? Councillor Nielsen, maybe clarity?
So my comment was going to be about the speed display signs, because in the report it is showing that is the digital display of how fast you're going. The recommendations would be to have those on 10th concession, but I am so here's my logic and my understanding. It is suggesting that we have speed display signs, consider them on 10th concession, but you have a stop sign there. Whereas 63, we're not putting the stop sign.
Yeah.
So then wouldn't it make sense to just have the speed display signs on 63? Because if you're going to put it at the 10th, at 10th concession, there's a stop sign.
Yeah.
So your speed should be 0.
Yeah, you're slowing down to the stop sign. So yeah, and you mentioned about the 102 or whatever is on 63 speed average is where you want your speed signs, right? Chris, you had any clarity on that?
So I'm thank you through your worship to Councillor Nielsen. I appreciate you bringing that up. It is something that was a recommendation, and obviously there is a cost associated with those electronic speed display signs. Again, would they be warranted if you were looking at having flashing beacons on the stop signs as well? There are other options as well, and this may be something that police services boards could look at rather than permanent fixture. That the display be set up there on a basis of, alternating to help mediate that rather than a fixture. a permanent fixture of speed display sign. I do not know, and maybe those of you who are on the police services board, I don't know if, I know they have them. I don't know if it's shared amongst Gray and Bruce and whether you have to book them accordingly. That process I am not familiar with. But
Yeah.
it would be an option, your worship, if
As far as what I know-
cost for 2022 budget impact.
as far as I know about those signs, they have to be booked in, but they're only good for the summer months because they get put away for the winter, as far as I recall on the police services board. But they're very, I've seen them on well, I guess around Feversham in different areas. They've had them post up. Just before I go to Councillor Little, I'll go to Councillor Little and I'll come back to Director Cornfield. Go ahead, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I'm understanding Councillor Nielsen correctly, and that there should be if a speed display sign is warranted anywhere, it would be on Road 63, but I do see that on the chart that I'm looking at, that Road 63, second from the bottom, has speed display signs for consideration.
Right.
Just for point of clarity, Councilor Little, my comment was more that it's also suggesting one on 10th concession, which didn't make sense to me. That was what my comment was more that, why would we have a speed sign on a road where we're telling you to stop?
They're slowing down anyway, right? So I think that accident that happened last fall, I know Director Cornfield, there was a lot of brushing done out that way last summer that had cleared a lot of that vegetation. Oh, he's gone. That had cleared a lot of that vegetation out. So as far as the recommendation for vegetation, that has been done as of last summer, has it not?
To your worship, yes, that has been completed, and it's just an ongoing maintenance item for all staff. As part of our patrol, they would identify data lighting intersections, not just these ones specifically, but all.
Right. So I just, yeah, ongoing. So the recommendation is in the motion is just more or less to continuation, right? Continuation of that. Okay, we're talking about the amendment here. So it was asked by. Oh. Go ahead.
I do just want to know, it just says low, medium and high, and I just want to be sure we are in lane duck. This council cannot make expenditures over $50,000. So if the totality of what this would be to implement was over $50,000, we would be out
Make
of
some choices,
jurisdiction.
or making some choices of what we're doing. And that is the thing on the sense of what's on here is what are those speed display signs costs. I think they're about 10 grand each. I think we found that out, have we not? Or maybe it's 5,000. I don't know, maybe I'm thinking about the ones that have donated signs have been on that amount. I think we have a number on the 4 signs is $10,000. Are we doing some math? Maybe I got to go to, yeah. Councillor Nielsen, this is not an easy one. Councillor Nielsen, the way it's coming
I
forward.
have a question of clarity for Clerk Martel. This council cannot spend more than $50,000. Delegation of authority allows the CAO to spend $250,000. Are we allowed to ask the CAO to make a decision on this? Is that something that is a?
No.
No, fair enough. I was just trying to get.
Well, I guess the amendment that's on the floor is to consider that, which is $10,000. The question that was raised by Councillor Delacat to the treasurer is, where does this money come forward or come from? If, you know, the 10,000, if the amendment passes, or the other things that are considered. Vegetation maintenance is already done, as Director Cornfield. Enforcement, as he's mentioned about the idea of working with OPP to get their sign that you borrow. What do we got else on here? Speed signs. I don't know what a speed sign costs. That won't be, I don't think anywhere getting us close to 50 if we got 10,000 for the 4 flashing lights. Oversized hidden intersection warning sign. That's just a regulatory sign again. And that's, so I don't see that. Certainly the road profile is probably in the hundreds of thousands of dollars if you look at the pavement that was just done and looking at all that stuff. So, Madam Treasurer, do you have any comments in the sense if this motion was to be considered, where those funds would come from? Because that's always something that we've been, yes, engraved in is where that comes from. Madam Treasurer. guess there's a reserve. I guess we saw there's some reserves there, so. Madam Treasurer. good
Yes.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, to the mayor. I don't have any particular funding in mind, I guess, if council was to approve it. Likely could just specify from reserves, and I could do some further investigation to determine the correct reserve to use for those funds.
So just as a suggestion, would come out of just general reserves for the roads, general, there's the road was in that other report. There's a road.
It would likely be the working capital reserve.
Yes, right. Okay. Any comments, questions to the amendment that's on the floor? I do have a quick comment to Director Cornfield. If you go down Gray Road 40 and you cross Gray Road 2, they have a different kind of flashing light. I don't know if anybody's seen it. Instead of the flashing light, the sign has little red lights all the way around it. I have it on my phone. I've taken a picture. Have you seen that, Director Cornfield?
To your worship, yes, I have. It replaces the traditional flashing beacon that was on top, affixed the top of that sign, which has been there for, geez, I don't know, a dozen years anyways, probably. I have not seen them before, nor that's the first I've come across in Gray or Bruce County.
So is that a new thing? Is it more like is it, you don't know and nobody knows? Has anybody seen it? It's yeah. I just noticed that on Gray Road 40 and County Road 2, it just, instead of having the big light, it's like little wee dots of lights all the way around the stop sign. So I guess if this motion was that's on the floor, it's for the flashing beacon as Councillor Alwood has put forward. Councillor Allen, go ahead. Nice to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A comment about the report, the speeding on 63 and rolling stops. To me, I know it's not recommended, but a four-way stop at those two corners would obviously slow the people down on 63 and perhaps prevent these rolling stops from going in front of a car that's going at 100 and what did you say in the report? It was 102 kilometers an hour. The beacons and the displays are both medium costs, and whereas the four-way stop is a low cost. The display signs that flash and tell you you're going too fast, to me, they work in places like Kimberley, where there's people around and you might be shamed if you there's somebody that sees that you're going too fast. Out in the country where there's nobody else on the road, is that really going to
It could have the reverse effect.
No. So I'd like to see some of these motions separated so that we can, there's some that are low cost and we can approve those and then go on to, I know the amendment's already on the floor, but because I'm going to bring an amendment to put four-way stop signs in at those two corners. So I don't know how far we want to go and how large a motion we want at the end of this, or if we should do it in small sections. Thank you.
Well, right now we have the main motion and then we have an amendment motion with regards to moving forward with the four-way flashing lights and oversized stop signs. Is the amendment. Councillor Valiquette.
Thank you. So this is a tough one because sometimes I feel like it's very easy to think about when you are driving down that road. And I think that's probably why we all giggled at Councillor Allen's comments, because we are drivers ourselves and we do all those things. But I guess, so I did read a study as part of, what works to slow people down. And these flashing lights are one of the best solutions. I think in particular, when you're talking about a rural road, unlike something like Kimberly, where you can do lots of visual things with lines on the side, et cetera, to get people to slow down, that's harder to do on the streets that we're talking about now. And so I am in favor of what is recommended by the engineers here, because this is what they do, and I'll just end it there.
Well, I guess that's the whole part of doing the study, right? As was decided by the council that did that. Okay, any other discussion points with regards to including, Madam Clerk, can you just read that amendment so I get it right?
Yeah, because I'm not sure what you just said is what I have.
Well, I wanna get
It
clarity.
wasn't four-way stops, it was flashing beacons
No, flashing,
on stop
large-
signs.
Large flashing
yeah.
lights. with-
Okay.
yeah, large stop signs with flashing lights, as I'm reading in the report here.
All right, so what I have for an amendment is that the main motion be amended by removing the third paragraph and adding the words consider in the future after the words consider, which would make these recommendation sound like this if approved. That council receives staff report TPS for information, and that council directs staff to implement all of the recommended, considered, and consider in the future recommendations on page 25 and 26 of 89, with the exception of road profile improvement, period.
Then we had amendment from Councillor Alwyn.
That is with the amendment, because the consider in the future wasn't in the original. So I just read what it would sound like with the finalized one.
But I think did you not say it in this like more recently? I thought you were saying it more like you wished to, go ahead.
I believe the way the clerk has worded it captures what I was hoping for,
The
which is that
flashing
we would
beacon.
put those flashing lights on the oversized stop signs at intersections on 8 and 10.
So the flashing beacons are listed as a consider in the future. So that's how it got implemented into the main motion. That's how we.
So that's not going to happen necessarily in 2022.
Yep, because if this passes, if this recommendation passes,
Where does it say 2022? I'm missing that part.
that council directs staff to implement all of them.
Yeah, but it
It's
doesn't say
now, it
now.
doesn't, it doesn't say in the future, it doesn't say whatever, it
says
says
now.
that
Okay,
yeah.
so that's.
they're
okay.
directed to implement it.
Okay.
And
gotcha.
then you'll have to determine where in the budget it comes from after, but right now, just the amendment on the floor.
Okay. And that was moved by Councillor Alwood and seconded by Councillor Ellicott. Any other comments? Sorry, Councillor Little, sorry, I apologize not looking up.
That's all right. Thank you, Your Worship. I think what's presenting problems to us making this decision is really not having a clear idea of the cost of all these items. And I'm just wondering if it's possible for staff to give us a little better idea of the cost of these individual items so that we know, because it from the report, it sounds as if the financial impact was that for $3,000 or $4,000, it could be covered in the operating budget. So that's, I think, where the problem is. Like when we consider, and that was my question to staff as well, like looking at all the recommendations that are low cost, is that what's $3,000 or $4,000? And then when you take into consideration recommendations that are for consideration, how much does that add to that $3,000 or $4,000, or is it included? So I'm finding it myself very hard to make a decision, not knowing the actual cost, and particularly as this is, are we looking at it in this 2022 budget year or for the next budget? So would it be possible to defer a decision until we could hear back from staff? Would we be able to get a response in time for the next council meeting early October? That's just a question, I guess, to staff, if that's a possibility, because I feel we'll make a better decision when we have a clearer idea of the cost of these individual items or ballpark. Thank you.
So I'm going to add some clarity to your point, and I'll go to staff, is that's where the point I was making with the clerk is it's now. So basically implementing now is just the motion that's on the floor. The additional cost over above what's there is $10,000 with regards to the 4 signs, over above the $4,000 that talks about, but the vegetation maintenance already done. So this is a little confusing because of the parts that we should actually have this at a committee of the whole to tease this out with, I think, with the author of the report. We take more time to walk through that, but that's why going back to Director Cornfield, is it possible if this was deferred, as the question by Councillor Little, if this was deferred to the next council meeting, could you come back with at the next council meeting with the costing of all these items that are listed here and to the motion that's on the floor?
Through your worship, I believe that the motion on the report or resolution was for council to provide direction. I would suggest that staff could bring cost estimates, but I would ask that council be specific about what costing they are wanting. So is it everything on the list, including consider and future? I think it would only be fair for staff to have what you're prepared, what council is looking for at this intersection, so we can give a true cost. And that would be what I would request, please.
So Chris, just for clarity on that, and I'll go back to Councillor Little, the part about the road profile that's talked about that's redesigning the lay of the lands, and they're all paved roads, and we just paved 10th. I can't see council going down that road to do that profile because that's a major impact. You have a comment to that?
Through your worship, absolutely. And I think that you're basically talking about removing that vertical curve on that road, which to have the sight line increased, which would be a cut and fill of a road that has just been recently resurfaced.
Yeah, and we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, I would say. So I would say that's probably one that I wouldn't certainly recommend to anybody here, that's for sure. So again, going back to you, Councilor Little, a lot of the things on that list, one is the vegetation growth has been done already, and that's saying for an ongoing. The bigger one on there is four-way stop sign, or not the four-way stop signs, the larger stop signs that's currently there with flashing lights, which we've had $10,000. Councilor Little.
Thank you, Worship. I would, responding to Director Cornfield, I would assume that everything that is on that chart or table, I should say, that's recommended and low cost would be part of the $3,000 to $4,000 number that was in the report as a financial impact. And so Director Cornfield is looking for something more specific. My specific question would be those things that are either recommended or considered that are medium cost. Anything that is recommended and a medium cost or consider at a medium cost, I think would be helpful to know what the potential financial impact could be for those items in addition to the $3,000 to $4,000 figure that was in the report.
Chris,
and we already have an estimate for the flashing beacons. So there were 2 or 4 of those, and the road profile improvement is going to be significantly costly. So I think that covers everything. Anything that's recommended or for consideration at a medium cost, what would that cost be? Thank you.
Hang on, I'm gonna go to Director Cornfield on that, if he wishes to answer, and then I'll Councillor Allwood and Councillor Ellicott. Director Cornfield.
Through your worship to Councillor Little. For clarity, the $3,000 to $4,000 is for the sign improvements that was recommended, not the electronic display, speed display signs. It's basically increasing to the 120 centimeter signs along with speed limit signs and intersection signs. Those oversized signs just do not fit on a U channel. You're looking at 6x6s, and depending on the wind, they're very large signs, or basically a 4-foot sign would require posts to keep them affixed where they are. So that 3,000 to 4,000 for clarity for council is for the signage alone, excluding the speed display signs.
And if you include 4 stop signs with flashing lights, it's an additional $10,000, which would be around $14,000, correct?
Sorry, your worship, could you repeat that?
Sorry, 3,000 to 4,000 is catching all the signage and all the speed signs and that you talk about in the report. The additional $10,000 would be for the flashing lights on the stop signs, which means to be increased. So I'm up to $14,000. Is that fair to say?
As a rough estimate at this point, yes, your worship. That does not include any of the speed display signs, so I want to be clear.
No.
I
No,
don't have an estimate on that cost. It's something that staff would have to bring back.
And I think Councillor Valaket talked about enforcement, which he's going to talk in our notice of motion further on in the agenda. Thank you for that information. I got Councillor Alwood and I got Councillor Valaket.
Thank you, Worship. I think we've captured it. Basically, you know, the only items we haven't talked about over and above that $14,000 rough estimate is the flashing display signs and the cost of enforcement.
Okay, Councillor Valaket.
So, two things, I think. One, I have concerns about deferring it simply because of our timetable and schedule. We only have one meeting of this council left. So that concerns me if staff is able to just have the cycles to be able to get this report back to us. Secondly, I'm wondering that though don't want to necessarily add an amendment to this, but if we want to put something like an upper limit on it so that it does not exceed 20K, for example. But I am not going to put that on the floor. I think that the financial impact that we're talking about is a little blurry. I do feel that this is going to come in under the 20K mark. And I do feel that this would be, all of it would be a good investment within our community regarding safety. So I would love to see this passed today.
Deputy Mayor, good afternoon.
Thank
We've
you.
been at this more than 20 minutes, I'll tell you, but anyway. Go ahead.
I was about to say, maybe there should be a motion to take it to committee of the whole. The only thing I have to say on this, Your Worship, is at this point, we're getting into budgetary considerations, and I almost wonder if it's, you know, we've got the report. We can pass that report on to next council, and during budget time, the next council can make the decisions on whether they want this to come out of reserves, out of levy, out of wherever else. They can make that decision rather than us being hamstrung today by having very limited resources from which to pull this funds. We've done the research, we've got the recommendations from the engineers, so why not just pass this report on as a recommendation during the 2023 budget deliberations instead of trying to.
Point of order, Your Worship.
Your point?
We have an amendment on the floor that we're supposed to be voting on.
So it's a budget thing. I'm gonna let the deputy mayor
call
speak.
that vote?
I'm gonna let the deputy mayor speak to this because it is a money thing and it is an extra cost. So I'll let him finish and then we'll go back to the amendment.
So the gist of it is, you know, why not just refer this to the next council during their budget deliberations so that they have the full control over where this money is coming from and what sort of resources they want to direct towards this issue.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments to the amendment that's on the floor? This is again to add the 4 larger stop signs with flashing lights. All in favor of the motion? That's carried unanimously. Okay, so this goes back to the main motion. Madam Clerk. Oh, okay, so then we have looking at another amendment possibly. Go ahead, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would like to make an amendment that we remove the clause that says the 4 oversized stop signs with 6x6 posts and add in 4-way stops at the corners of the 8th concession and 63 and the 10th concession and 63. We've already heard that well, I'll wait to see if no, I'm going to carry on. We've already heard from the director that the oversized signs will not go on a U channel. So there's more work and more cost involved in putting those up. And not only in the sign itself, but the posts that they need to go on. I've talked about the speeding on 63, the rolling stops, always stop. It's shows in there that it's a low cost. And other than that, all we'd have to do is put some stop ahead signs to indicate that there are now stop signs on 63. And
Probably new as well.
yes, yeah, and that's always done when there are new stop signs or lights. I think it's a way of solving this problem. The problem is, to me, is speed, and this 4-way stop is a traffic calming solution.
Okay,
Thank you.
so Madam Clerk, Councillor Allen is proposing a 4-way stop, reducing the larger size to regular size, however you worded that. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Nielsen. Okay, discussion. Oh, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So speeding and rolling stops are an issue at every single intersection. Are we going to put always stop signs at every single intersection? Sure. So where are we getting the money for that from?
Okay. Who would else like to speak? Councillor Nielsen, did you have your hand up?
I don't wish to start the same debate that we've had at this table before. When looking at the situation, looking at the recommendations and talking about the costing associated with it, the cheaper cost, which seems to also be at the same time the more effective cost, the more effective measure, is an all-way stop. And I understand that the engineer is saying it's not necessary, but at the same time, the report is saying that there is not the greatest sight lines, there is elevation changes, there are curvatures in the road leading up to this. And the biggest cause of concern is the speed on 63. So the least expensive, and presumably from listening to what the concern is, the most effective is an all-way stop.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to amend the amendment by removing the always stop.
I told you, I committed the whole meeting.
So removing the always stop sign at, no. By removing the always stop sign at 10 and 63 and replacing it with always stop signs at every intersection that currently has a 2-way stop sign.
That would be over $50,000 and outside of our budget control.
Okay, I have to recognize the amendment to the amendment. And is there a seconder to the amendment to the amendment? I don't see one. So you're okay.
I just feel like we don't put our money where our mouth is, Your Worship.
Okay, so this motion is on the floor. I do have a question of clarity to Director Cornfield. On the 10th line, there's 856 cars a day between the 10th and 31. There's 480 cars between the 10th and the 8th. Where does it justify not putting stop signs on a major road that has that many cars on it? And I only ask that from a simple fact is if there's a thoroughfare going through, obviously, as Councillor Allen is saying, if there's an issue, you slow the traffic down. But you hear about this traffic manual, Director Cornfield, is there around the number of cars a day on a particular road? What justifies, is there something in the manual that justifies putting stop signs or 4-way stops on car numbers that are between 500 and 800 a day? Is there, I mean, I guess ultimately you can do it, but is there something in the manual that speaks against that or speaks to that or anything like that?
Your worship, I'm not prepared to answer that question. I do not have that answer.
Okay. So I guess the point I'm raising is, do we want to stop a traffic flow road? I mean, obviously, Railroad 4 was an area where intersections were a problem. They put a flashing light on 63 because people were going through it, but we didn't put a stop sign on Railroad 4. I just wondered, does that have merit on that part? Right. I only ask that from a scientific answer. When you have a number of cars going across, do you all of a sudden put stop signs on that? From that number, I was very surprised that between the 10th and the 31, there's 856 cars. That's a lot of cars. Like that's got to be one of our higher traffic roads in Grey Highlands. Madam CEO, I see you're on the TV. We're on our second amendment with regards to four-way stops, where we were back in April. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. We have a detailed report from the engineer. They're the experts. I think council needs to keep that in mind and go with the recommendations from the experts.
So you're saying is it doesn't recommend a four-way stop, and why would that be? You're saying there's a reason for that?
I would like to think so. They're engineers. They're the ones that do it. We can ask Burnside to come in and speak to that. They're not going to put something in a report can't be justified. They have to be able to back it up. It would be up to Burnside to answer that question.
Right. Okay, thank you for the information. The amendment's still on the floor.
Did we not discuss four-way stop signs, and did that not get defeated? And if it did, would this not be a reconsideration? And if it is a reconsideration, it would need 2/3 of the vote before we can even consider it.
I'm wondering if we need a recess to get that information. Madam Clerk, are you able? The question is, has this been on?
I don't have that right now.
As I recall, in April, we looked at the flashing lights, but it was deferred to have an engineer report. That's why we got the engineer report. Remember the debate.
I'd like to request a recess for 15 minutes while the clerk finds out.
So I'll recognize you. I just got a hand over here and then I'll go back to you.
I will say that my original motion was to have a four-way stop, and that motion was defeated.
Right. And then the consideration for
So
four-way
then
flashing lights was.
I would agree with Deputy Mayor Desai's assessment that this would be a motion to reconsider.
So, suggesting a 50, we need 50 minutes.
Well, no.
Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll have time to refresh that. Motion's on the floor for the amendment. You have to determine whether it's an official motion that can be even considered. If it's, unless it is, it has to be 2/3. Okay. Is that right?
Can we take longer than that so the clerk can do that?
No. Yeah, that's fine. We can take 15, or Madam Clerk, what will you need? I'm at your word.
Tell me.
No. We want to make sure you have the time. Let's take 15 minutes. Let's go to 4:15. I guess I'm supposed to go. Committee of the whole would be good. There's a ton of information.
I'll join the rest.
As indicated at the beginning of our council, that the deputy mayor would be leaving at 4 o'clock, so he is departed. So we're down to 6 councillors now. The question coming, well, I guess I apologize, he's remote in a different outfit. That's okay. He can still be part of it. That's for sure. That's part of the hybrid. So the question that's on the floor is, we have a new amendment to the main motion on the floor. And that was with regards to consideration of 2 4-way stops on 63 and 10 and 63 and the 8th. And it was raised whether this is a reconsideration of something that was dealt with in around April or spring of this year. So I'm going back to the clerk, the Madam Clerk. Are you able to report on that?
Yeah, so in December 15th, council received staff report TS 2120, and there was a motion on the floor recommending four-way stop. That motion was deferred pending a report on the cost of flashing beacons on the existing stoplights. On April 6th of 2022, council received, apparently I lost internet, but that's okay. Received staff report TPS 2212. And at that meeting, there was a recommendation that was passed there that council did not support the deferred motion from the December 15th meeting for the 4-way stops. So that would mean
4-way stops or for the flashing lights?
4-way stops.
Okay.
So that would mean that council did make a decision on this.
Okay.
Where there is difficulty, however, is in the wording of what's happening now, is that the 4-way stops are included in a completely new report with different information and how it's worded. The other consideration here is that a request for reconsideration is generally something that happens at the same meeting or the next meeting to have something reconsidered that was adopted or not adopted. Robert's Rules of Order does provide that council has the ability to amend something previously adopted. The issue arises because this council and has historically always used a motion to reconsider as any time they want to change something that has been previously done. So with that being said, I will defer to the knowledge of our chair to make the decision on whether this is a reconsideration or not. In that regard, the motion that was passed that did not agree with the 4-way stop was a recorded vote. So we do have information on who voted with the majority, because those are the only people who can put a motion to reconsider on the floor.
Okay. So you set up quite a bit of information there, Madam Clerk. One scenario could be is because you say if it's a notice of reconsideration, you have to give notice. And if that was the case, if I can't recognize the amendment today, could that notice come for the next meeting?
As you're aware, council with 2/3 of the vote can vote to remove that requirement for the procedure bylaw. That is within council's purview to do so. And yes, it can come through through notice of motion at the next meeting. However, we still have to deal with the remainder that only would cover the 4-way stop portion of this recommendation. And that's where it's convoluted,
Right.
Because this is not just on the 4-way stop. This is all of the countermeasures included within the report from Burnside.
And you mentioned the other thing, if it was consideration for notice, a reconsideration, it has to be in the person who had the largest vote, whether it was in favor or against, right?
Someone who voted with the majority on the prevailing side.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to get some clarity from Councillor Allen of some feelings. Go ahead, Councillor Allen. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My argument would be that if this staff report or the report from the engineers came back recommending 4-way stops, then we could make the motion to put in 4-way stops. So why can't we make the same motion even though they're recommending not to do it?
Right. I see the deputy mayor has got his hand. I'll go to him for some clarity here. That's what we're seeking out, some clarity. Deputy mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So to the argument that Councillor Allen has just made, had the engineers come in and said, we recommend a four-way stop sign, we now have new information that we are changing our decision based on new information. We have done this in the past within this term of council, in fact, for a particular property within Markdale where we received updated legal information and changed our decision following that. Even at that point, though, we still did have a motion to reconsider because we were changing a decision that council had made. And Councillor Allen was the one, we did have a motion to reconsider even on that particular issue. So I would still argue that this is a motion to reconsider that needs to come forward. But obviously, as the clerk said, it would be your call.
And so basically, if the motion failed, the majority of people voted against the four-way stop. So it would have to be somebody who voted against it that could bring it back. And I guess, Councillor Allen, did you vote in favor or vote against it?
Just make the decision.
Right. Well, you know, I think we're adults here, and I don't have a problem with putting it on the floor and dealing with it, only from the simple fact is I think we have to make a decision here and move on. So I will allow it to be on. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for all your research there. And it was moved by Councillor Allen and second by Councillor Nielsen. So this is the second amendment to the main motion. Any discussion on that amendment to consider? Councillor Little, go ahead.
Your Worship, I'm not really understanding how this is following procedure. I know it's in your hands to make the decision, but first of all, a vote to reconsider needs 2/3. And I think then if it did receive 2/3, there would have to be the motion that was put forward by someone who voted in the majority last time, which wasn't Councillor Allen. So I'm not understanding your reasoning here. The consequences of this decision are quite large, in my opinion, because the Highway Traffic Act says that four-way stops are not advised in this situation. The engineer's report, which we paid $10,000 to have done, came back and gave us the same estimation. And now to go forward and have another vote on this, which doesn't follow either of the recommended procedural rules, is very it's very problematic for me.
So I seek clarity from the clerk. The clerk said it was a little bit of a gray area, and sometimes tie can go the runner. And I'm just sort of thinking, Madam Clerk, going back to you for clarity.
Yeah, there's a little bit of ambiguity about whether this would classify as a vote to reconsider, because it's not that the exact same motion is being placed back on the floor before council. Is it working out to be the same intent? Yes. The other question is that the other part of this is that the interpretation of what is a motion to reconsider versus a motion to amend something previously adopted, those kinds of things are ambiguous. So I think the question on the floor is whether there was a ruling about whether this amendment as it sits is in order, or if it's not in order because it requires a motion to reconsider. That is a ruling that the chair gives, and council can appeal that chair with a majority of council.
That's what I was going to say. So if my ruling is wanting to be challenged, that can happen as well. So Deputy Mayor, sorry, Councillor Little, you had further, and then I'll go to the Deputy Mayor.
I think this council voted not to allow four-way stop signs at these intersections, and now we're voting again on that question. So I do appeal the direction of the chair.
Okay, so the process there, Madam Clerk, is then it comes to a vote, right? My decision.
So the member appeals the mayor's decision to council. The question, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained, shall be put immediately without debate, and its result shall be final.
Okay, Okay, so those all in favor of my ruling, correct? Right, is that how I do with that?
Shall the ruling of the chair be sustained?
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, so basically my ruling is lost. So basically then it can't be considered. Because that's the default. So Councillor Allen, your amendment cannot be recognized. Okay, so we go back to the main motion then of the the motion that has been amended once. Is there any other discussion points to that motion? Do you wish to have it read out just to make sure?
Yes.
Okay, hang on, Councillor Nielsen.
Just for clarity, my understanding of the original main motion was to include the speed display signs. Just for clarity, I'm just seeking to make sure whether that is or is not the case. That, because my understanding of Councillor Valiquette's main motion was that the speed display signs are part of the main motion because they're considered and they were medium. So I'm just checking on that.
Which means that it should be enacted now. Okay. Which Councillor Little was asking about the cost of what that would be, which again, if it comes back, it's more than $50,000, and I guess it's got an issue. Councillor Nielsen, on clarity on that?
The reason I'm asking for clarity on that is because my understanding from history with residents in Grey Highlands is that a speed display sign can range anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 a piece. And the motion or the recommendations is to have them on, I would say like about 4 of them in total, which would add up significant costing. So I'm just not, I'm not sure if that should be part of the main motion or not.
Yeah, because it does say speed display signs consider and flashing beacon on stop signs consider in the future. Councillor Valiquette, clarity.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Yeah, so my original intent was to move forward with the sort of that $3,000 to $4,000 mark of the low cost items, and then quite frankly, punt the rest to the 23 budget and make those and have the next council make those decisions. So but I believe where we are with the motions is that it is included with that. And so I also have concerns financially, but I'm assuming that if we go over that 50K mark, we will hear from staff.
So just a thought is, I think the deputy mayor mentioned it about 4-way stops. If all of a sudden there are 4 flashing speed signs on 63, is that not going to say, okay, we want them all through the municipality? And I was wondering if there should be a motion here that to make an amendment for future consideration on the speed sign, so then that can push it into the 2023, give the new council an opportunity to deal with that, because right now the motion is now. Just giving guidance to council on that. I'll come back. Deputy Mayor, you did have your hand up, and I'm sorry I didn't recognize you earlier on. You're going sideways there. I'm not sure there. And you're
Sorry,
not driving. I see.
I'm not driving. No, I'm in the back seat. I did have a question of procedure simply on the information provided by the clerk. So we can get back to it at the end of the conversation, if you'd like. But my question was effectively, the clerk mentioned at one point that it was the intent might be the same for the motion that was defeated in the spring and the amendment that's coming forward now. The intent might have been the same, but it's not the exact motion. My question, Your Worship, is we've been advised in the past that we cannot introduce a motion that in intent is directly contradictory to, or we cannot introduce an amendment that is in intent directly contradictory to the motion. So I'm just questioning the language around the intent and the difference between the two situations. We don't have to do this right now, and the clerk can also respond in an email later on.
I think
either way.
thank you for that. I think that would be best to deal with that and point that out later. Okay, so are there any more amendments? So, okay. Gosh. All right, Madam Clerk.
I'm going to answer it so I don't have more work to do later. If the question was, are the apples, to place the apples in the bag, and the amendment was to remove the apples from the bag, that's completely contrary, because there's a number of options for inclusion and not inclusion. If you were completely doing the complete opposite of what was in there, it would be contrary. By choosing one or the other, that would not be a contrary motion.
Right. I'm going to move amendment. I'm going to pass this over to Councillor Allwood, that I'm going to move amendment that the speed signs be considered for the 2023 budget cycle, and to be not to be considered is to be installed at this time.
Seconded by Councilor Miller. So the main motion.
Could you put your microphone on, please?
Sorry about that. That motion was, that amendment rather was seconded by Councilor Nielsen. So the effect of the amendment would be to remove the speed display signs from the let's do it now and defer that to a budget consideration for 2023. Moving ahead with the rest of the relatively low cost items that are in the main motion. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor? That motion is carried unanimously. I can pass the chair back.
No, it's that once I step out, you're the.
Thank you for that, Your Worship.
New chairman.
Back to the main motion. So the main motion as amended. Clerk Martel, do we need to reread it, or does everybody understand what we're talking about at this point? Maybe in the interest of the public, I could just have our clerk. Go ahead, Your Worship.
Just as that is being finalized, I think it should be read out, and if there's any clarity needs to be done by the director, I think speak now for clarity, because it's very important that they understand the motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I think Treasurer McCarthy had mentioned that one more amendment needs to be made so council can determine where the funding is coming from for these items.
Your Worship, go ahead.
Yeah, I suggest it comes out of working capital reserves. I think that's what was suggested by. Is that suggested? Yeah.
Seconded by Councillor Allen. Any discussion on the funding? Seeing none, all those in favor of that amendment? That's carried unanimously. Back to the main motion as amended. And at the request of His Worship, we'll have our clerk read that when she's able.
Thank you, Chair Allwood. So the main motion as amended reads that council receives staff report TPS 2227 for information, and that council directs staff to implement all of the recommended, considered, and considered in the future recommendations on page 25 and 26 of 89, with the exception of road profile improvements, special oversized stop signs. Nope. That one's not supposed to be there. That was a leftover from the other one. With the exception of road profile improvements and speed display signs, and that speed display signs be included in the 2023 budget for consideration, and that the funding for the current implementations come from the working capital reserve.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Your Worship, go ahead.
Just a question through you, Mr. Chair, to the Director of Transportation. Is there any clarity needed, or is there enough clarity there that gives the direction to move forward?
Director Cornfield.
Through the chair to Mayor McQueen, I believe staff have understand the motion on the floor.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I'll pass the chair back to His Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Allwood for doing that. Should we take a break? Just kidding. Need to move on. If I don't have some, I gotta keep it light here. All right, moving on then. With regards to the request for a lock gate at the unopened road allowance of Sideroad 4A 7 and 7th line. Would somebody care to, Councillor Bellacette moves that, Councillor Little is seconding that. Pretty straightforward report. I don't know if there's any questions there on that. This came through at a previous council meeting. So, and I will say there is one on the 8th line, no, the 10th line at 67C on the left-hand side. It's a gate, it's a lock gate that the Snowmobile Club has been using for 35 probably plus years. Seeing, oh, go ahead, Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. It did mention in the report the problems with locks, and so the recommendation was that we weren't going to lock the gate at this point. Is that satisfactory to Councillor Little, perhaps?
Who would like to take that question on? Councillor Little?
I'm just one. Yeah, I think the preference of the group would be to have a lock. Obviously, that either has a code on it that could be used by, you know, emergency services if necessary, or have a, you know, another key. I know the director was recommending that that we not do this at this time, and I guess I'm just wondering if I think the preference of the group is to go ahead with the lock. The expense would be borne by the Friends of the Kimberley Forest. So I'm not sure how you want to proceed, but that is the preference of the group, but not the recommendation of the director. Thank you.
So the point raised is for emergency uses and stuff like that. Going back to you, Councillor Little, is there a possibility of having a coded lock, like a combination lock? I know on the rail trail, emergency services have keys because they have at the gates only to a certain size for the ATVs and not the larger, but I know emergency services either know or have a key because if they have to get on the rail lines, they have to open up the bigger gate. So is that a possibility of some solution?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe, certainly it's a working, and I'm sure the group will try to be as accommodating as possible, right? Because emergency. Go ahead, back to you, Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Worship, through you. So does the motion allow for the lock gate? I know the request was for a lock gate, but the way the motion is written, there's no mention of lock gate. It just
okay, well, I'll have to read that motion, but
Your Worship.
Go ahead, Councillor Little. Can you answer that?
Right. I'm just wondering if the motion can be silent on that and be left to the discretion of the community group.
If you got good, honest people, you won't need a lock. Right? But I know that sometimes I can, sorry, Director Cornfield, go ahead. Sorry, thanks.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation from myself was that the challenges that we had at the other end of 4A, they became constantly cut, if not daily, weekly, and it became to the point that we could not keep locks on it. The conversation with Councillor Little, what Councillor has just kind of directed, is satisfactory with the municipality as long as our emergency services, i.e. the fire chief, have those codes. But it was kind of left that let's try the gate. If it becomes an issue, that we would affix a lock, or sorry, Kimberley Forest would affix a lock to it and maintain it. So my comments to Councillor Allwood there on his concern about the lock was based on the ability to keep an active lock on it, that somebody doesn't constantly cut it. So I am fine either way if Kimberley Forest wants to pursue at their discretion with the lock. If council supports, it would just make sure that the fire, if there's any changes, that the emergency services has that access, should it be required.
So working in progress. So, Councillor Allwood?
No, that's sufficient information for my concerns, Your
Right.
Worship. Thank you.
I mean, the whole intent of having the gate there is probably to try to restrict certain individuals in there. And if it has to be locked, it has to be locked, and you have to figure out how to deal with the key, right? So. Okay, moved by Councilor Valiquette, second by Councilor Little, that staff report TPS 2226 be received for information that the council approved the request from the Friends of the Kimberley Forest to permit the erection of a gate at the unopened road allowance of Sideroad 4A and the 7th line, and that council approved the in-kind contribution of the municipal staff and equipment time for the installation of the wooden gate post. Any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, nothing easy today. So moving on to next one is 7.4 with regards to some suggestions to the Committee of Adjustment from council. Just let me pull this up here. This is a little unusual, but can happen. I don't know if Matt's going to speak to this, because I know, Matt, you were sort of, and through you, Madam Clerk, because it's under your purview now. So I don't know if you want to speak to it or you want it, Matt. So it's with regards to Peter's Crescent, or sorry, Peter Street. I don't know if you want to speak to Madam Clerk.
Yeah, so basically what happened here is there was an item that went through Committee of Adjustment. Committee of Adjustment imposed a condition. The condition requires a council decision to be made. It's all related to the laneway. As you can see in the report, the severance would in essence move the laneway to be on the property of the same property. And it all relates to whether the municipality is obtaining the takes ownership of the road. The majority of the road is not up to municipal standards. So staff are recommending that council only takes over part of the road that we actually use, that we need for turnaround. But in order for that to happen, council needs to direct that a change be presented to Committee of Adjustment, because the applicant cannot fulfill the conditions of his consent because it says takes ownership of the entirety of the road. So there needs to be a change that happens.
All right. Okay. Comments. Okay, so there's two options there. Council direct staff to present a change condition. Present a change condition request to alter the request only required the conveyance of the portion of Peter Street. So what's your wish, Council? I know Councilor Allen, you were on the Committee of Adjustment and you were there. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, thank you. I'm disappointed. The residents that are beyond the currently owned portion of the road are now access their properties through an easement. So they will have to continue to do that. The other benefit to the municipality taking it over was that natural gas could be installed in the road allowance to the homes at the end of Peter Street. So as I say, I'm disappointed. I guess I have a question probably for the Director of Transportation, in that parts 2 and 3, I totally agree they're well below municipal standards. But we have a lot of roads in our municipality that are below municipal standards, and some of them are not maintained in the winter. Just kind of thinking as I'm talking, I'm sure those roads don't have residences on those unopened or unmaintained portions. But is there any way that the municipality can own those,
right,
but not be required to bring them up to standard and still do it through an easement with the municipality?
Or the lands are transferred to the municipality, basically.
They would, well, that's what Committee of Adjustment asked
That's
for,
right.
so that could they still be transferred to the municipality, but us not be required to bring them that road up to standards, and that they
We do have,
access through an easement.
we
with
do
the
have
municipality.
circumstances within the municipality where we have agreements that people do use our right of way and they maintain their own snow removal.
Right.
Right, we do have that one as example of 55 Sideroad, as I recall. No sign of Matt, right? Or Planner Rappy, sorry, yes. Planner Rappy, are you able to join us now? Does everybody understand? I don't know if it's a possibility of pulling that map. This map on, the nice colorful map is really nice and clean and crisp. It's pointed out to all of council if they wish to look at their devices. That's the one that has the part, like the colored one. I don't know if you see that, I find that's very clear. So I'm going to go to you, Planner Rappy. Good afternoon. I saw you bouncing around here, but we never said hello, but hello.
Hello, how are you?
Not too bad.
So to answer Councillor Allen's question, we did a few back and forths with our lawyer. I read an entire book on all of the laws, rules in Ontario written by the founder of our law firm, actually. And there's some technical situations here that make that particular combination challenging. So one of the ways roads are made, there's the original ones through the original plan of survey. All those road allowances, those are typically the ones that we would have a road that may or may not have a physical road surface in it, and that we're not required to assume. So those roads, prior to 2003, if a municipality performed regular acts of maintenance on them, they automatically became assumed. So we already owned them, they're already public highways. By performing a regular act of maintenance, the municipality automatically assumed it. Post 2003, that rule isn't in place anymore. However, for those particular roads, had a municipality still done something prior to like someone could still show up today and prove that a municipality did regular acts of maintenance prior to 2003, and that rule would still apply to those roads. Another way a road can be made is through a plan of subdivision. So when council approves a plan, a registered plan, and it gets registered in the land registry office, the act of registration instantaneously causes everything identified as a road in that plan to become a public highway, and it instantaneously becomes owned by the municipality. It doesn't instantly become assumed by the municipality, which is why through the subdivision process, we then have a subdivision agreement and the signs go up saying road not assumed and all of that stuff. But it is technically now a public highway. The municipality has to pass a bylaw to assume those roads. For something like this, that was neither one of those things. It's just a piece of land. For the municipality to take it and deem it as a public highway, due to weird wording in the Municipal Act provisions, deeming it as a public highway automatically causes us to assume it when it wasn't created through one of those other two means. So that option of taking this, owning it, having it as a public highway accessible for everyone, and not being responsible for maintenance doesn't exist in this option, which is why the recommendation has now been modified. Part one, we already kind of have to maintain our other, I'm looking at a map over here, to maintain our other little nub that kind of stops halfway before that driveway. The snowplow just has to use part one anyway, and it is in better condition than the rest of part two and three. Part two and three are really like a driveway, and making them as a public highway means if someone gets hurt there, if you're not plowing it and all that stuff, you're not meeting those maintenance standards under the Municipal Act. And you can't turn a plow around and all that kind of stuff there.
But there are circumstances where we may not have the ability to plow snow, but we contract that out still to maintain public access. It has been in the past. And the other question is the county requests it for road widening, and that's one of the conditions that sometimes they insist on, or sight lining. When we do a condition or through the committee of adjustment, they make a request for road widening or sight lining or daylighting. Yes, thank you. And that's usually granted through the committee of adjustment. Would this not be the same idea as that? Is a request from the jurisdiction of having authority? Is that not worded in the planning in that sense? Because how does the county get away with doing that? And then we'll go to Chris.
That's correct. The power for a municipality to do that is through the power to issue conditions under the Planning Act as a condition of a severance or a plan of subdivision. So it is similar in that sense. The maintenance aspect of it's a bit different there because the county would be doing that on roads where they already are providing it's a fully serviced road where they're having that condition.
I got a question to come back to later, but I'm going to go to Chris and then I'll go back to Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to build on Planner Rapke's comments too, is at the end of that property is quite a significant hydro easement as well that also complicates the access and to provide any type of area for maintenance. So I just wanted to, it's not showing on the map, but there is that. I think sure everybody knows the area, sees those power lines through there.
So just for clarity, there is an easement in that part 2 and 3, hydro easement. Yeah, okay, I got, okay. Thank you. Thanks for that clarity. Councillor Allen, come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would it be possible for, rather than the easement, to be with the residents on that road, the agreement or the easement for those properties? Could it be that there's an easement with the municipality so that it would allow for natural gas installation under that road? So basically, instead of the property owner having easements with individual property owners along that road, could there be a blanket easement with the municipality that would allow those residents access and the possibility of natural gas? Thank you.
Okay, Matt, your thoughts? How do we do that? How do we make it possible?
We didn't explore that option with our lawyer when we kind of threw out a couple of them there. One of them would be that we assume this part and not deem it as a public highway, own it as a piece of land, and still have the other individuals have easements over municipal property to get there, which kind of would have enabled the same result. Our lawyer advised against that because by them having an easement over that property, it gives them rights to effectively kind of modify the property too, which then creates liability issues if someone with rights to make a modification does something that ends up hurting someone. But in terms of us getting an easement and them still owning it, maybe the challenges were a year past having issued this consent with conditions, and the landowners like held up now on proceeding with finishing their consent, waiting for us to come back with a decision on this. And to bring that to committee, I don't know the answer of how it would turn out the other end, and I do think it would push things out quite a bit more.
Just as a committee chair of that committee, I understand that there can be a request made to extend those time periods. Can that not come back to the committee as well? To extend, like the committee sets the conditions, but obviously if there's issues, can the committee not extend it from their perspective? Say we hear, a report comes back from you to say there's these issues, we need more time. The committee adjustment assesses that and grants more time. Can the committee, does the committee have that authority to do that?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. My understanding was we made a decision and we now have 2 years for them to satisfy those conditions. I'd have to check on an extension. I'm not familiar with that.
Because I know from my experiences, you can go back and challenge the conditions, or you can go back and change the conditions. That is possible through the committee of adjustment. You have to make reasons why, but you can go back. And if you don't agree with the conditions or whatever. So I think that could be an option, but from a process part, but Councillor Allen, do you have any more to add or?
I don't think so, Mr. Mayor. As I say, I'm disappointed that this isn't going to work. I don't want to hold the process up with the applicants. So I guess we just make a decision on what's presented to us today.
So
Thank
there
you.
are two options. Just want to remind council, there are two options here, 1 and 2. Any other comments, thoughts, discussions? Councilor Allen.
Sorry, I just had another thought. If we assume part one, then perhaps we can negotiate with the property owner to allow an easement with the municipality once we find out if that
That's possible.
works legally. So I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, so then that's it doesn't talk about part 1 and part 2 in the options here. Just
Yes.
it's
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion that the council directs staff to present a change of condition request for B 06/2021 to the Committee of Adjustment to alter the request to only require the conveyance of a portion of Peter Street to the municipality.
option number 2. Okay. Sir Allwood is seconding that. Any discussion on that? And I think the idea is to try to negotiate that later. The only question I have is on part 2. Well, part 1 and part 2, you have people that have separate lots that don't have municipal roads in front of them, but anyway, it is what it is. Okay, so there's no other discussion there then. That was again moved by Councillor Allen, second by Councillor Allwood. All in favor of that motion? That's carried unanimous.
Want to vote, Mr. Mayor?
Pardon?
Motion to move past 5 o'clock.
Holy smokes, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? Second by Councillor Peliquet. All in favor, go past 5 o'clock. Opposed? Carried. I always thought that would be sort of cruel not to vote that one through and just adjourn, eh, Madam Clerk? I think she looked for that day too. All right, we have a request for approval of a special event for burn permit. Are you, Councillor Allwood, you are?
I am moving that, your worship. Thank you.
To approve. Second by Councillor Allen. Sorry, I didn't get my head up. Sorry, guys. One of those days. Any discussion on that request? Seeing none, all in favor? I should have read it out. Sorry, Councillor Allwood, second Councillor Allen, that council approve the request for a special event burn permit on October 15th, 2022 at the Kimberly Hall. And that was carried unanimously. Apologize for that. It's a long day. Okay, consent agendas.
I think we should end this on a high and just leave now. With how smoothly that passed, we should end on a high and leave.
Put that on the next council. All right, we have a consent agenda. Are there any of those items wish to be, I got your joke, I got it. Okay. Any of those wish to be pulled in a separate motion? Any poll? No. Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Oh, sorry, Deputy.
Your worship, sir.
Yeah.
I do have a question of procedure with incident report. I forget the number on it. If we receive, just for information, as would be the case if it is not told, that effectively means that the request that came out of that necessitated that report, that we would be denying that request, correct?
If that's the recommendations on each section of that section, if it says deny, yes, unless you pull it, Madam Clerk.
So if you receive the report for information, then there's no further action from the council directing staff to be able to waive the fees assigned within the invoice. So the fees would remain, the invoice would stand unless council provides direction otherwise.
Is there, because I know when there is a bill of such stature and such nature, staff has usually been proactive in communicating that they can work out a payment arrangement. Would that require council direction, or can staff do that without council direction?
I think he was seeking clarity whether he needed to pull it, but I'll allow the information to be had, and then maybe that'll satisfy Deputy Mayor.
Yep.
Adam CAO. The idea is if there is, if a fee is to be paid, is there opportunity to be a payment plan or whatever? Madam CEO, where'd you go?
Effectively, Your Worship, the question I'm asking is, if staff needs direction from council to offer the payment plan, I'm happy to move it out of consent. If they don't need direction, then I don't need to pull it out of consent, is what I'm getting at. So that's the crux of the motion or my question.
I'm getting a lot of no's, and I remember in the past, they offer that. They're very accommodating for people that are willing to pay. I think I got a nod all the way across there. Okay. So you're moving the consent agenda? So moved by Councillor Allred, second by Councillor Allen. It may smile. Okay, any of those items for discussion, just in the sense of clarity, comments? Sorry, Councillor Allen. Sorry.
After all that, I perhaps should have pulled one. 8.8, the proposed federal boundary realignment, because there may be direction.
We have made an exception in the past
Yes.
to go backwards.
So
Is there anybody opposed to, we passed it, but is anybody opposed to having that pulled separately for Councillor Allen? Is there anybody opposed to having that pulled separately is from Councillor Allen? All right, we'll recognize it. I'm not getting challenged by the as the chair, so I guess we'll allow that. And you did, in fairness to you, you did raise that last meeting to speak to it, right? So, all right. Any other discussion on those items? I did pull the one about cost of environmental services. That's more for information, just in the sense of, we all know that going into the budget cycle of the next term of council, they will have to deal with a lot of those points for sure. And a lot of those issues. Councillor Allred and then Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to comment on 8.3 that there was information received after the agenda. I believe that one of the proponents had paid their portion of the invoice.
Yes.
So for the viewing public, or perhaps just so that information is
right
captured today. Thank you. And I do believe that a payment plan is something that staff can do without council direction. That's fine.
And that was, that first topic was sent to myself and council. I did forward to the clerk, and the clerk has dealt with that as the request that was in the email. Okay. My phone's ringing. Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Nielsen, I apologize.
That's okay, Mr. Mayor. We're having lots of fun today. Item 8.7, just a comment is recently this council has move forward a recommendation to staff to look at a pedestrian safety study during the 2023 budget. Just a question perhaps to, I guess really be the CAO, whether just that, how to word this, that receiving this road safety plan, that this will be part of the consultation, part of the discussions during the pedestrian safety study, and moreover, just making sure that staff are aware of the global plan decade of action for road safety, and that'll be taken into consideration to some thoughts in the future. And I don't think I need to have an actual motion to specify that.
No, it's just on.
Bring it for staff attention, making sure.
Wasn't pulled. It was there for a lot of information in there. And it does talk about 30K, right? So, okay. Well, seeing there's no other discussion, all their hands up. I see none up there. Moved by Councillor Allred, second by Councillor Allen, that the exceptions or that the items on the consent agenda be approved with the exception of 8.8. To be extracted or alternate considerations. All in favor? That's carried. We lost Deputy Mayor again, so carried. Okay, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to pull this up and it's not coming the way it did last time I looked at it. But basically, Grey Highlands it's proposed that Grey Highlands will be taken out of the Bruce Grey federal riding and added to Collingwood Blue Mountains, which includes
Mulmer and
a
whole bunch of them there. Yeah.
Angela, Toronto, and over that way. So I was speaking, as I mentioned last meeting, I was speaking with Alex Ruff at a get together, and he suggested that if we have any concerns that we voice them, and not to just say that we like Alex and we want him as our rep, but something more like we would like to remain in the Grey County area. So I guess I'm looking for suggestions as to if and what we say to try to convince them. I understand that they need to keep the ridings fairly close in population, and they feel that this is the best way.
So as I recall from reading through here last night, that today's the 21st. We have to let them know by the 25th that we want to, somebody wants to speak to it. There's a certain time and we have to determine who that might be. I will say that, oh, somebody's got a nice flashy flyer there. I was interviewed last week about this and I pointed a couple things out. Is we as Grey Highlands are part of the Grey Ruth Health Units umbrella area. We're part of the Grey Ruth Health Services, so to speak. We're part of Grey County and their services, social services, all those things, which maybe wouldn't change, but then you start to muddy the waters in the sense of, you know, it's sort of like the Lins, how the Lins got, you know, we were like intersected, I think 3 Lins, right? And you know how like, there was Simcoe Muskoka, the one down toward Wellington, and then the Grey Bruce one or whatever. But those some of the things I pointed out. I don't know if anybody else has any, because if you're going to make the argument, you got to argue some points, I think, if you're going to make that argument. Just because you don't, you know, you like Alex doesn't probably, or somebody else doesn't really cut it. But and in Grey Highlands has been out of, portion of it has been into that riding and then came back in the 2000s thereabouts. And Chris might know better than I on that one. But anyway, other thoughts? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Just, you know, my thought was when we look at how the county is funded and how much the county works with the provincial and federal governments, Grey Highlands, this isn't saying we're changing county location. So Grey Highlands still works predominantly with Grey County. And that relationship is services and funding funnels through the province and the federal government to the county. If we're changing a federal riding, suddenly we're trying to convince a person who is going to be representing us at our riding that actually isn't funding the things that happen in our location. So that is a significant difference in that relationship.
Right.
And rather than having a relationship in a riding that is where we're getting our funding source. So while we might be represented by a new MP, we'll still be looking to the Grey Bruce Owen Sound MP to fund Grey County, which then in conjunction funds Grey Highlands. It does make a significant change in that relationship. And how does Grey Highlands move forward with that?
And this does happen a little bit with Blue Mountains, because they do have two different, they have a different representative, right? Councillor Albert. And your name's.
Thank you, Worship. I mean, this would come into effect in 2024 election, I guess, if it does go through. But the other thing that I heard, and I'm not sure whether this is actually a fact, but was that if this goes federally, then provincially, there might be some realignment that would happen. So it sort of speaks to what Councillor Nielsen was just talking to. It could have implications for us provincially and at the county level, I suppose. But I'm unclear about that, and maybe that's what we should be asking.
So I think of Grey Gables, and the funding came into Grey County through our local MPP. What happens there? That sort of muddies the water, I think, a little bit too. Councillor Allen.
I would like to propose a motion that council receive the federal boundary realignment for information, and that council direct staff to send a letter to the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for Ontario indicating a request to remain within the Grey Bruce Owen Sound electoral district, not electrical district. Thank you.
And do we need it, or can they capture the points that we raised? Because I think you need to have some points there. Okay. Councillor Nielsen is seconding that. Which staff person? Right. Right. Okay, good point. Councillor Nielsen.
Your suggestion was which staff person? I would think that this would be a letter from the CAO of the municipality to the electoral, because
let's wait.
The CAO is the person in charge of the municipality.
Right. And I see Madam CEO. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Allen.
I was just going to change the motion a little bit, same words, just rearranged from somebody who definitely knows. Bruce Gray Owen Sound, not Gray Bruce Owen Sound. Thank you.
So I'm going to go to the Madam CEO. So are you able to fulfill this motion that's on the table by, as Councillor Nielsen suggested, that it would look good coming from the big guns?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to do that.
And you've probably captured some of the reasons that we raised probably as well. I think you have to say you wanted to make comments, but I think that may be at another time. I'm not 100% sure. I was reading something last night, but anyway, that motion is moving that forward as it is. So Councillor Alwood's got a nice flashy newspaper article that's got all kinds of good stuff that probably came in the mail. And any other discussion on that motion? Councillor Nielsen?
Just a thank you to Councillor Allen to getting this on the agenda and having this discussion.
All right, any other comments? If not, oh, go ahead, Councillor Balaket.
I don't normally do this, but for anyone that is listening that would like to make comments, it would be great if there was a large, loud voice. So I recommend to groups as well as individuals to also make comments.
Right, and I think of Great Gables as an example of the beds that are allocated through this area. I'm not saying they're allocated for the province. It just makes it maybe a little tricky. Okay, seeing there's another discussion on that motion, all in favor? That is carried. And just note, I see Deputy Mayor is absent. Okay, going down to bylaws. Are there any of those wish to be pulled for separate discussion? Well, I'm the chair. I guess, well, I would like to see the nuisance bylaw pulled for separate discussion for sure. Okay, so can I have, since there's no others, can I have a motion for bylaw 93, 94, in 2022, 93, 94, and 96? Councillor Allen, Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion on those bylaws? Oh, sorry, I better read it. Bylaw number 2022-093, bylaw number 2022-94, bylaw 2022-096, being read first, second, and third time and finally passed, and the mayor and the clerk be authorized to sign and seal the notwithstanding any contrary provisions of council. All in favor of those three bylaws? That's carried. Okay, the remaining bylaw is the nuisance bylaw. If somebody wants to put that on the floor, or what's your wish on that one? Councillor Nielsen.
I was letting you do this one. This was a concept that was brought up to me at the farmers market by members of the Police Services Board, was a request to have this bylaw sent to the Police Services Board just for comments prior to us passing. When reviewing that request, I thought that a delay in this bylaw isn't going to hurt anything. Having a chance for the Police Services Board to make comments, for the OPP to make comments at the Police Services Board wouldn't delay anything negatively. So I wasn't against that request. So the question, I guess the motion is to defer the nuisance bylaw to the Police Services Board for comment prior to passing of the bylaw.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Allen. Discussion on deferring bylaw 2022-95 public nuisance bylaw. That's moved by Councillor Nielsen and second by Councillor Allen. Any discussion there? Councillor Allwood.
I'm just wondering whether the motion should read consideration of passing rather than passing of the bylaw, because
right.
Yeah,
defer the consideration. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. It's not passed. Okay, thanks for that clarity. Any discussion on that? Deferring that to, so that'd be to the next upcoming Police Services Board meeting.
I don't know if there's time to get it onto the next police services board, which is on Tuesday of next week. I would look at my deputy clerk, who's giving a friendly nod, so it's very possible.
I even got a smile.
You're gonna smile.
Okay, it's possible.
More than I expected today.
What? Could be more compliment than that.
Not that it's an issue, like whatever with this, but that will not get it back to this council. It will go to the next term of council for consideration.
Okay, so any other discussion on that deferral? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay. Well, notice of motions. Are we all okay to keep going? Okay. So first one is 10.1, Councillor Valiquette. Traffic notice was presented on time of the current agenda, and I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. So this resolution came out after sort of numerous things, and I guess I'll read it. But it also it stemmed from the report that I put on safety. So whereas Grey Highlands has anecdotally, because I couldn't find any information, seen an increase in visitors and vehicular traffic to Grey Highlands over the last 24 months, as more Ontario residents travel within the province instead of elsewhere. And whereas the UN General Assembly Resolution 74-299 declared a decade of action for road safety, 2021 to 2030, and recommends implementing behavioral changes, including enforcement and education. Whereas Grey Highlands staff is currently working on a safety plan that includes options for traffic calming measures. And whereas Grey Highlands contracts the services of the Ontario Provincial Police, OPP. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Grey Highlands staff prepare a staff report as part of the 2023 budget process to evaluate the possibility of increased enforcement options that might include a dedicated Grey Highlands community safety officer. So essentially by this, I am asking the new council in 2023 to look at enforcement options because I feel that that is a portion that is missing as we try to make our roads safer.
Okay, so that was moved by Councillor Valiquette. You're moving that. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Nielsen? Any discussion on that motion? Any point of clarity anywhere? Councillor Nielsen.
A question for point of clarity to Mayor McQueen. If you want to make comments on the current police services contract we do currently have a community safety officer, but as far as I'm understanding, that role is actually changing. And I know Mayor McQueen, you might have more information. Are you able to share that with us today?
Well, that was if we were disbanded as the police services board. We were setting up however you worded it, the police services board is still in play.
My comment has more to do with the actual officers. So we do have an officer who's our community safety officer and who's in our schools, but then that role of that officer is changing. And I don't know if you're able to speak to that or not.
That role is changing, and I maybe get the assistance of the CAO because we did have a meeting with the staff detachment commander 2 weeks ago about some of that changes, and that should be coming back to our police services meeting. Okay. Because that is a change. That's a change from the direction of the province, because we were sort of getting maybe more than we should have been getting in a way. I got to be careful what I say. Madam CAO, are you able to help me out here? Because you raise a good point. Because remember, you and I had that meeting, and we have the dedicated policeman for the high school.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. And you and I had a meeting. Go ahead.
We did have a meeting with the detachment commander. I'm not sure how much of it is public knowledge at this point, but we've got it out there. But they're unable to fund at this point a dedicated officer for the school. They're still going to be doing some education components and attending events and so on and so forth. But I think we just need to make sure we hear from the Police Services Board as to how that's going to look for Grey Highlands, and then we'll have a better understanding.
Yeah, they weren't saying they weren't able to still continue doing some of it, but funding would be coming from different areas. And you're right. I'm not sure what we can and aren't supposed to say, but they said that they won't have the same dedicated resources as we currently have. Is that fair?
Right?
Right. So, but I don't know, that goes back to, you're talking about, how does it go back to this motion in a sense?
So the motion itself is asking for Greyhounds to have an increase in
Dedicated
enforcement
person,
options so that we
yeah.
would pay as part of our contract.
Right.
And my apologies, I did not realize how much of that conversation was sensitive or not sensitive. So my apologies for putting you on the hot seat. But the reason why I brought up was because Councillor Valley-Cat's resolution is that Grey Highlands should actually look into funding ourselves and increase funding to the OPP to have a dedicated officer for ourselves.
Yeah, I think part of your notice of motion is to look at that coming back to 2023 budget, but also those numbers and that would have to be sourced out from OPP to what that how much dedication are you looking at and what would that cost, right? We can certainly tailor our services to what we want. I think that's what you're saying, is to take that into consideration.
Yeah, I believe that the report that comes back will include all of those options. I don't think that I think that it is time that we look at safety across all of Grey Highlands. And I think that it would be beneficial to have a fulsome report that could possibly include the changes that we talked about. And of course, it's appropriate for it to be associated with the 2023 budget.
Right. Yeah, it's looking at the options. That's what you're saying. Right? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Deputy Clerk. Oh, it must be getting on the day. I keep drifting back to that corner. I'll move the mic a little closer. I apologize for that. So since there's no other discussion there, and I think everybody understands that, all in favor of that notice of motion? Okay, that's carried. Okay, I'm going to pass the chair to Councillor Allen. I have two notice of motions that we will take that on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. 10.2.
So this sort of came up at our last committee of adjustment meeting, only from the simple fact is was there a November meeting? And it was indicated to me that there is no November meeting that has been scheduled for the committee of adjustment. So I'll read the motion here that whereas the 2022 meeting calendar approved by council did not include the committee of adjustment meeting for November 2022 due to it being an election year. Therefore, there be it resolved that council add a committee of adjustment meeting for the November 2022. For November 2022.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Allwood. Okay, any discussion? Councillor Nielsen. Oh, Deputy or our clerk would like to speak first, and then we'll go to Councillor Nielsen.
I did check with our senior planner on this, and we don't have any files that are ready to even send out the notices for a meeting in November. We would have to have the files deemed to complete and ready to go within the next week and a half in order to get them circulated in enough time to get the comments back to have the meeting for November. I just found out that information, verified it today, so.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
So I guess if the case does rise, if there is no files, then it will be canceled. And I think one of the points that there was a file on that was trying to move things back expediently, and it was found out that it may not be a meeting. And I think if it's the 15th, I think it's the 14th. So it's still in the council appointments, and committee of adjustment is still in the place.
So Senior Planner Rapke said he spoke with the proponents of those just earlier this week, and they wouldn't be ready to meet those deadlines. They won't.
Right.
So perhaps, Mr. Mayor, it should be added in if required.
Yep, that's fine.
Since it's already on the floor, you're okay with
Well,
that?
yeah, I guess basically if the date's there, and we know in the past, those that sit on it, that if there's no files, the meeting gets canceled, right? The chair cancels the meeting, right?
Councillor Allwood, you're okay with that minor amendment?
A second motion, I'm okay with that minor
Okay,
amendment. Thank you.
any other discussion? Sorry, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Chair Allen. My question was just in terms of protocol, being my first time going through a whole election cycles as a sitting member of council. The council as sitting council sits until confirmation, which is the first week of December, I believe. And so all committee members are the same until then. And then the committee of adjustment is scheduled for the 14th of the month, like the second week of every month. We're just looking for clarity on that part. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Yeah, there'll have to be a decision made for December's committee of adjustment meeting, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried.
Okay.
And 10.3, Mr. Mayor.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. This sort of came out of one of our public meetings that we've had just more recently about, and it was said that because what the decision of council has made is only to have public meetings through Zoom. I'll read this motion off that whereas section 10.8.1 of the procedure bylaw 2018-09 as amended states that all meetings excluding council and committee of the whole meeting shall be virtual meetings unless otherwise decided by resolution of council. Now therefore be it resolved that council will allow for planning hearings to be held in a hybrid format moving forward. And that was, we did, I think some of the planning things that we attended, people did want to attend in person. And I think that was something that, as we've seen, we've progressed since COVID, that we're starting to get into that hybrid similar like today. So I move that motion, notice of motion, Mr. Chair.
Before I ask for a seconder, perhaps a comment from our clerk. In the new term of council, will the whole issue of meetings, will that be brought to the new council fairly early? And then my second part of the question is, are we set up to be able to do hybrid meetings for other committees?
So I think proper procedure would be that there is a seconder for this before we have discussion, because if there's no seconder, there's no need for the discussion.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Do we have a seconder for the motion?
I would second, but I did have a caveat that it wouldn't be until the October public planning meeting, as the public planning meeting for September is next Monday, and that is not enough time for staff to make the turnover, in my opinion.
Okay, so we do have a seconder.
Okay.
So now, Madam Clerk.
So the first answer to your question is yes. In the first meeting of the new term of council, we provide the new term members with information on the committees, the council meetings, the processes, the procedure bylaw, all of those kinds of information. And they decide what they want to continue on with, what they don't want to continue on, the timing of such things, how things are happening. That's their decision. So yes, that will happen in the new term of council. And I'm sorry, what was the second question?
Are we set up to be able to do hybrid meetings for planning hearings?
Are we set up? Yes, we would use this room. If I may provide a little bit of information on that, as you'll notice for our council and committee of the whole meetings, we have 2 staff present. You have your clerk as well as you have somebody in the back end running that information, running the meeting in that way. That would be required for any hybrid meetings that we do, because I can't do it all as one person. It can't happen. So because our planning meetings are held on Monday evening, starting at 5 o'clock, there are 12 meetings. If you're saying that that's 2 hours a meeting, that is 24 hours. You time that by time and a half, because that's how much time off I would have to give to my staff in lieu of those. That's a full week extra of staff time that the CLS department would be losing in productivity because of attendance at a meeting that would be required to be hybrid. I'm providing that information. Council can do with it what they will, but I think you need to understand the full picture of what that looks like.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I was just looking.
And I also do want to say, because the notices have already gone out for the October meeting, we couldn't do them for the October meeting either, because it doesn't state in the notices that there's an in-person option.
Okay, so just looking at the calendar, we do have, the meeting on the 17th of October, but we do not have one scheduled for November. So there will be no planning meetings until the new term of council, other than the ones that the notices have already been sent out. So do we follow through with this motion, or do we leave it up to new council to make that decision? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Chair Allen. My question, I see where you're going with your comments, and I do agree with you. That's almost a moot point. My question was going to be, if we, so doing hybrid versus fully in person, we would still require the two staff if we did an in-person meeting, because we still have to have it broadcast onto, for transparency purposes. So that was just my point of clarity.
Madam Clerk.
Not necessarily. So if we're doing just an in-person, we do like to have a second person up there, but that can be set to be only on the council. There's no moving people over to speak, sharing screens, doing all of the back end stuff that requires with the hybrid, with the connectivity between the Zoom and the people in there. So it could be set as just a stagnant system. So in person alone, but now you're taking away that accessibility piece. But yes, it would be an option.
I think local people would like in person, but I think people that are making application that live in Toronto or Hamilton or London really appreciate the online, because they don't have to drive 4 or 5 hours for a 10-minute session in when their file comes up. So where do we want to go from here? Councillor Nielsen, or sorry, Councillor Delegate.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm of the opinion that the next council should wrestle this one out. It is a hard choice, but I think considering the schedule and considering where we are, the best practice would be to allow them to decide how to proceed.
Any other comments, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I'd like to have the motion stand. I think somebody has to make a decision, and that's why I put it on here. Obviously, if the October meeting has been mailed out, we can't change that process. I just think it's came to the point where we need the opportunity, because we've heard it. We've heard the public. I think when the new council comes on, they're going to have a lot of things on their plate to be dealing with, and I think certainly if we can, I mean, the Zoom and because the pandemic came, it filled the void. The province said we could do that. We can do virtual meetings, and that goes to the point that you were saying, Mr. Chair, that allows people that not have to drive that 3 hours in a snowstorm type thing, and that allows. I think we also have heard from people through public processes that they would like to be in person. They want to be in place where they can see, and that could be more or less. Also, those that don't have the devices, I think we've seen public meetings where they've had to share devices off other people and split screens and stuff like that, which, I just think in the sense of an open and transparent process, I think we need to go there. And I think the new term of council is going to have a lot of things, and certainly they can change it back if they so desire, but I'd like to see this motion stay, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none. The motion is on the floor. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? All right, that is carried. And as the mayor said, new council can change that when they get all the information. Okay, thank you. And I'll pass the chair back to the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Allen, and I thank you for clarity on that last motion. Basically, it's going to be at the new term of council, as you said, of when that is anyway. So, Councillor Allen?
I just wanted to add a future notice of motion.
Yeah, no, I was going to get that. Because I have one myself. I wasn't going to forget. So I will go to are there new notice of motions? Councillor Allen or Councillor Elwood.
Thank you. I intend to bring a notice of motion forward to deal with the issue of curbside pickup for our Main Street retail businesses. I understand that the Chamber of Commerce has written some correspondence. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of that as a liaison, and I did not see it in our current correspondence file, but it was a recent letter. However, I will be formulating a notice of motion on for the October 5th council meeting.
That's the next one for sure. Okay, Councillor Nielsen.
It was just a clarity for Councillor Allwood that the correspondence is 8.6 on the agenda today.
Oh, from the chamber?
No,
Nielsen.
technically not from the chamber, but it was from a resident of Great Highlands who, and then Mayor McQueen
Yeah.
had pulled it and put it onto the
Yeah, I
agenda
just
today.
put it in there for information, like there's, because there was information and it talked about some of the things that you're talking about. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, that was not the correspondence I was referring to, but
No.
the correspondence I was referring to was from the president of the Chamber of Commerce. So
Right.
I did notice that 8.6 spoke to some issues and had a report attached to it, but it's not the issue that I intend to bring forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you'll have that in time for Amanda. Amanda, go ahead, Madam Deputy Clerk.
I just wanted to let you know for clarity that that correspondence was received at 3 o'clock today. So that's why you haven't seen it yet.
Wow, that's pretty quick.
Thank you. I was told it was dated September the 9th, and I said, well, you didn't copy the liaison, and it would have been a good idea to have done that. And I just heard about it last night, so we're in the same boat.
Rest assured, we did receive it. Rest assured, we did receive it. Well, then you're in the good books now because you've raised it. So there you go. Are there any other notice of motions? I do have one that I will craft. And again, these have to be in usually by Tuesday at noon of the next, which is next week, right? That council make recommendations to the new council that they look at setting up a subcommittee made up of public members with regards to community road safety. And I'll draft that. I'll draft that for our next meeting. So, and just a recommendation. Are there any other notice of motion? Okay, seeing none. There are county highlights. I was going through that last night. Everybody's had a chance to read that. There was one I think I wanted to bring up. I did raise, Chris is my witness, I did raise through the 10-year capital plan of why it was missing Gray Gables on that 10-year plan. And Chris did write a report on that the information did come back from there that it's up to council to add that. But it was rest assured that the bids have been just deferred, not totally out the window. So anyway, I did ask that question on that part. I did ask the question about the flooding to the director of long-term care. And she sort of did say under her breath that there's a consultant hired to look into that. So I didn't mean to put her on the spot. I was just asking her about that, but she did say, yeah, there's a consultant hired. So I don't know if staff knew about that, but I thought that was a good thing that finally they're moving on with somebody to look at where water runs downhill. Maybe, I don't know, during a heavy snowstorm or a heavy rainstorm, I should say. So anyway, I think that does, it's only been, how many years have we been having floods in here? Long time. I do have the video here. I do have the video with Councillor Nielsen and Rob Del Duca mopping the floors. So yeah, I have live stuff. We did have the auditors reports. We had from the auditors, BDO Dunwoody. Again, the 10-year plan, 10-year capital plan with regards to roads. You should take a look at that. It's quite an aggressive plan there. Yeah. So if there's any questions to County Council, it's a fairly light agenda for tomorrow, other than OP 11. There seems to be getting lots. Can't forget OP 11. That came down to a 43-42 vote. And it had a lot to do with what was going around Hanover and the expansion. And it was interesting that out of that OP 11, the only looked at, expansion was Hanover, because there's Great Highlands, there's other areas, Owen Sound. But anyway, it was interesting that that was in there, and there was a lot of argument. And it wasn't necessarily saying lands were going to be handed over to Hanover, but it was lands that were being redesignated in West Gray for future consideration in in West Gray that could be future considerations for growth, which could be further added to Hanover possibility, but it was just one step in there. A lot of other great stuff in OP 11, and I will add one that I picked up on, and I should have picked up on a long time ago, was, you know how you have the secondary units where you can have either one in your basement, one above your garage, or detached, you can have two, right? So now you can have one in your basement and attached. And so we had this question last week on our affordable housing task force. Is there a possibility to have two tiny homes? And that was maybe considered a possibility through the planning staff. Councillor Nielsen.
So Councillor Valaket and myself went to the tiny home conference in Ancaster. And during the whole discussion, the exciting part with it was to be there to see the kind of what changes can we make to our zoning and planning. Gray County was brought up as being the most forward thinking. They've been working with Gray County. One of the things that's in the OP, at least as far as it was explained there, was the idea that you could have a pad and you could lease land to a tiny home rather than having to build it yourself and be a permanent structure. So that you'd be able to create a location on your property that would work. And then a person who owns a tiny home could then park it on your lot and be the secondary unit on your land. But you wouldn't actually have to build it. So that way you're not expensing the cost of fully building the home. And then whenever that person wanted to move, they would be able to take their tiny home with them and move to a new location in another area if they needed to. And so to hear that you're saying the possibility of two secondary units, this is very exciting for the concept of being able to have increased density. We have large rural lots that are multiple acres. There's more than enough space to be able to put two secondary units on it. That's increasing our density, increasing housing supply, and increasing tiny house supply, which would be therefore theoretically, of course, more affordable than some of the larger homes being built. So Gray County itself was getting some big praise at the tiny home conference, and it was fun being a Gray County kind of representative there at the time.
Well, that's good. And I mean, it's another way of, even on farms, as a farm diversity process of getting income, and they have the land, right? You look at large farm lots and stuff like that. So I maybe raise that tomorrow, but how that would allow to have two tiny homes. I've always looked at tiny homes as if you're a contractor or a seasonal worker, you move around, that you could, sort of like a snowbird in a way, but you could move if you had a job here and you contract somewhere else, you could move it. Because there's people out there have a hard time affording anything, but if they could afford a tiny home, then at least you can move around. I mean, you look at trailers, but trailers aren't seasonal. They're seasonal. They're not really year round. And I think there's a whole new opportunity. And because there's no development charges both locally and in the county, that just makes that much more easier to happen. So yeah, I'm glad you guys were able to attend that for sure. Councilor Nielsen?
Just a question for process in terms of speed of things. So county passes its official plan amendments, it changes its official plan.
It's on tomorrow.
It doesn't, it takes time, and Gray Highlands itself has to then make amendments to assimilate the county plan on things, or I know there's a time process. It's not like instantaneously Gray Highlands and allows it as well.
We have to
go through
review
process
on our plan. We have to do an amendments too. Madam Clerk, you may have some comments.
Yeah, so council has already provided direction for staff to include no peer review in the 2023 budget for Gray Highlands. Gray Highlands does not have to match what the county has. The Gray Highlands only has to be in conformity with the county official plan, and Gray Highlands can be more restrictive. But whatever we do can't be more lenient than the county, because then we wouldn't be in conformity.
I think I'm not gonna put words in Planner Rapke's mouth, but he and I have had a chat where maybe do we need a full Gray County plan, or do we just need portions of things that we want to have more restrictive than the plan, not have a full plan? And I see Planner Rapke, I don't know, it's getting late, and we'll leave that conversation for another day, but there are ways of, then you're focused on your urban areas or your settlement areas that maybe you want to have difference than the county, but your rural areas are the same as the county, with the exception of your OPA, not your OPA, but your C4s. That's where then that's overarching in that official plan itself. So there's maybe an example where you wouldn't have that, right? So Okay, seeing there's no other questions, can I have a mover and a seconder to support that report? Moved by Councillor Nielsen, second by Councillor Allwood. Any discussion? That's with regards to that, that the 2020, September 8th, Curry County meeting highlights be received for information. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, we did the in-camera, or sorry, yeah, the in-camera. We need a motion then to. I forget that. Yes. Who would like to have start off council privilege? Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Exciting times at the fall fairs across Great Highlands. This is a wonderful time of year. Just also, it was a privilege to go to the Rockland dinner and dance. Once again, my daughter proved that I have no dancing skills, but that's okay. We're there to have entertainment and fun. But it's nice to see many occasions now, communities getting together, everybody's excited to be out. The more we're getting them back together, the more quote unquote normal it feels.
Any other council privileges? We'll say Feversham Fair, they had the ambassador on Friday night, and both well attended for the senior and junior ambassadors. A big parade, bigger than has been normally. Good parade, good fair. Tractor pulls on the weekend. Certainly attended the dinner and dance briefly on. Certainly had a tour of the place, and then Sunday I went back to the dance back in Feversham. So I was tired on Sunday. Two things coming up. Priceville is having a Halloween party dance on the Saturday night of the last week in October. And Rockland is having it theirs on the Friday night trivia Halloween. The Priceville is dance, dress up on the Saturday night, whatever that be, the 30th of 29th, and the 28th is Rockland is doing their trivia Halloween on the Friday night. So they got together there. So that's some fundraising events for community activities. So what comes to mind right now, if anybody else has anything. Okay, we don't need a motion for that. This is for information. All right, I need a mover and a seconder to a bylaw to move the confirming bylaw. Nielsen, Councillor Little. I heard, I saw a hand there. The bylaw 2022-97 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on September 21st, 2022, be read first and second, read first, second, and third time and finally passed, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same notwithstanding any contrary provisions of council. All in favor? Carried. Why does it say that notwithstanding any contrary provisions of council? What does that mean?
As long as it's within our jurisdiction to be able to sign it. If it's outside of our jurisdiction, then we shouldn't be signing it.
Okay, it just sounds like old English. Right. Okay, confirming bylaw. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I was gonna say upcoming meetings are there. Any other
Motion to
things?
adjourn.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen, second by Councillor Barraquette. All in favor, we adjourn at the official is 5:50. Yeah, your phones are always the official. Seems like it'll be the official. Well, thanks everyone, and there's my everybody hand their in camera stuff. I just take the agenda off the front.